Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome along to the CCT Season 3, Series 3. We're going to be making our way through a couple more Swiss games today, and we've got some exciting matchups here today. Freddie, I'm really looking forward to it, but first off, mate, you had a long night last night. I know you were up to all hours casting, but how are you doing?
I'm just surrounded by Counter-Strike. I dream Counter-Strike. But no, I'm doing great. Leinster won the URC. Happy days. Can't complain. That was a very wet day, but a very enjoyable day in Hill 16. So I've kind of been living off that high for the past couple of days. And yeah, no, I'm excited for this game. How are you doing?
Good, mate. I'm good. Yeah, no, I'm really looking forward to this as well. We've got an exciting day of matchups. Unfortunately, though, myself and yourself are only on for the first one of the day. We should have a schedule popping up right about now to bring you through the matchups that we do have. Starting us off, we've got Marius, the Kazakhstani side, who are going to be taking on Ruby, the Russian team that have been turning a lot of heads and getting, a pretty good run, I would say, pretty deep into a lot of events. Astrum taking on FAVBET is going to be our second one, and then last but not least, we've got Nexus taking on the boys over at X Sabre. Some exciting games today. I know you're looking forward to seeing what Mike can do in this first one, but anyone else tickle really your fancy in this?
Honestly, I'm just so confused at this Marius roster, and we may as well just bring him up, right? Because I think we actually casted their first foray into European Counter-Strike when they played under Delta about, let's say, 2 months ago, and they were invited to the Thunderpick World Championships and a bunch of other events, and it was their first time playing into European Counter-Strike, and they got absolutely owned. The reason why they got their VRS points originally was because of regional lands in Kazakhstan. And then they've made some roster changes since. They have parted ways with Dune and Mixmeister, and they've brought in Might and Kazakin. So this has all happened over the past month or so. If that's 16 days, right? It's all very fresh to be playing with Might in Kazakhstan, and Might apparently is just insane. And he's never played really until he played with Delta a couple months, 2 months ago, and then he's just dropping ridiculous stats on people.
Yeah, I mean, the games that they've kind of won, put it into context, as you were saying, they were absolutely getting owned. They were 4 wins in 22 matches since, winning the regional lands and being able to qualify for these kind of online events. They've got wins against Sabre, they've got wins, a win against Fireflux, a win against Fisher College, and probably most surprisingly in that lot is a win against Gun 5, which is something that I was very kind of surprised to see, because Gun 5 are a very, very strong team. And if you go and look, and if you've watched Gun 5 play a lot, no, I haven't seen them in a couple of months. Maybe they were having a really bad day, but for a team that were really struggling to kind of adapt to life in the EU circuit, in the online tier 3, tier 2 circuit, this team now have kind of bounced back a little bit, made a couple of roster changes, as you said. Dune has kind of been removed. I think he's been brought back in, because I think we are going to see him again in the server today. Officially in the team, it is Kaiserkin, but he is not going to be in this list. And yeah, Might is this guy that has been dropping ridiculous numbers. I think he's got a 1.3 impact for his team. So if there is going to be a difference maker for them to get revenge against Ruby from last time that they played them, Might is the one that can maybe smite them down.
Yeah, you were talking about how they won 4 games since they've come into Europe, and 3 of them has been with Might, and every time they've won, he's been top of the scoreboard. So very interesting. But taking a look at Ruby now on the other side of things, Ruby played Delta in the Yellow Compass Contenders in the Swiss stage and beat them 13-0 on Dust 2 and then 13-8 on Ancient. And it was just a walk in a park. Kaide dropped to 31-14 rating. It's super one-sided. But this Ruby side, to be honest, I haven't seen much of them in recent history. It felt like they were kind of just on the threshold of being invited or not, and then weren't getting any like actual good results. They did win ESEA Advanced Season 52 though, and that ordinarily was supposed to get them a spot in ESL Challenger League, but it's a little bit unsure as to like what is happening, to be honest with that. But there's one of the interesting parts of this roster, to be honest with me, is Gio, the coach, the ex-1win player from Estonia. That's a really interesting part for me.
Yeah, I mean, he was added a couple of months ago. I believe it would have been a little bit before they actually won that season of Advanced, maybe around that timeline anyway. Jo, played on Amiga, played on 1win, played on a team called Pro 100 back in the day as well, if you remember them. Really experienced guy to kind of have at the helm for your team. And I'm kind of in the same boat as you. I haven't watched this Ruby team an awful lot. I've seen them knocking about on HLTV a little bit here and there, but I've seen that they've made a couple of deep runs. I've talked to a couple of the guys that have played against them, and they only kind of sing their praises and say how good this side is. McQueen is kind of the new addition to this Ruby side. Of course, it used to be Moon. He's been moved to the bench. We can only imagine that he's going somewhere, because Moon was that guy that was kind of hitting a lot of highs for this Ruby team. But you've got I think it's pronounced McQueen, like Lightning McQueen, but I'm not sure about it. Yeah, Kachow, that would be
Kachow in it.
Absolutely, I think we'll go with that. Apologies if we are absolutely butchering it, but that's how it reads to me. I'm excited to see this team anyway, because I think Ruby does have a lot of the right pieces in the right places. I think that they could definitely be a big difference maker in a game, especially a game like this. I think they shouldn't be losing it whatsoever. I think it would be a massive misstep on their part if they come up short. But Marius, they've been getting some good results recently, so you never know. But as we head maybe into the veto on this one, Freddie, I don't know if I can see an advantage for the Kazakhstani side.
No. Train picked from Marius, Dust2 picked from Ruby, which you'd understand because, as mentioned, they 13-0'd Delta on this map about a month and a half ago, and then Anubis as a decider. Bit of a different Veto being shaped up from Delta. I don't think I've ever watched them play on Train. I didn't actually know they played Train, to be honest. So that's going to be a really interesting one. They've played 2 maps on Train. They've lost both of them, and they haven't really done that well on either, against TNL and Cybershock 8 and 6 rounds respectively. That feels like a really brazen, kind of bold call, doesn't it, to go to Train?
Yeah, I think it is kind of a situation where you're damned if you do, you're damned if you don't, whatever pick you go for. So you may as well go for the likes of a Train here, just to see if you can maybe catch Ruby off guard. Because we definitely weren't expecting it, looking at the maps that they kind of play. So you never know. This might be something that they have maybe up their sleeve, a little bit of a curveball. I think Ruby would have been very silly not to pick into a Dust2, considering they 13-0'd them last time out. Marius in the second kind of wave of bans, getting rid of that Ancient, that didn't go too well, and it is one of Ruby's strongest maps. And Ruby deciding to take out the Mirage to test them on an Anubis, which seems like kind of a fair stomping ground if you're kind of to look at the stats, but Ruby well more versed on it, Ruby well more tested on it, which is the kind of story all the way through this one. I don't know about you, Freddie, but I can see this one done in 2.
Yeah, I was thinking the same. Like, I mean, I came into this morning just very confused, where I wasn't able to kind of like correctly figure out what was happening with Marius, because I remember watching them and they just weren't even competitive. I was like, I don't normally see teams just like randomly go from the level that they were at to then being beating the likes of Cyber Show like they were, and Fireflux. Like that doesn't normally happen. And this guy called Mike doesn't normally just play his first 10 HLTV games with a 1.17 average rating. So I think I'm in agreement there, Ruby 2.0. But with that in mind, it looks like we do have a little bit of a delay. So we will be going to a short little break, and when we come back, we shall be live. Alrighty. Train, map 1, the pick of Marius. They've only played this map twice, and they haven't had much success on both of those outings. Last time they played against the Ruby, they picked Ancient, and that didn't go very well, so we felt like they were forced to go into a different pick. And this is going to be really... I'm really intrigued to see how this pick goes for them, as they are instantly heading towards the B-bomb site.
I'm really intrigued to see how this Marius team have improved, if they've improved, but it's not gone too well in the pistol. Julie's double push in through the brown halls. Bomb already dropped. Donnie and Mike are now going to try and pull this one out of the fire, and so far so good. They have actually managed to salvage something in this situation, but Mike gets taken down. The Donnie now left with it really all to do, but it's just one player that stands on the other side right now, as Sawalio is ready and waiting, but Donnie has gotten away here with the perfect heist. He's picked up the bomb. He's already out of there. He can actually get onto this A bomb site and get a plant down and just make this one a little bit difficult for Sawalio, who is the man to drop all the Julies. So he does not have armor in this 1v1.
Yeah, this is a massive turnaround as well, because Ruby, if I'm not mistaken, it was a 4 versus 2. Like, you had Hassanator and McQueen getting some very quick early openers, and then it just all fell apart. And it looks like Donnie is going to be getting the clutch here. Like, I honestly don't see a way that Sawalio can get his way into this. He's also seeing ghosts. But yeah, bomb tapped. Sawalio's actually 10 seconds stick in it. Donnie just swings out. Oh my god, Sawalio gets the headshot. Is there enough time? No way has Sawalio won that with a 10-second defuse with no armor and even coming to the bomb so late. But he's got enough time. That's a massive choke from Donnie.
That is a bailout there for Ruby, and that's a little bit of an early warning sign that you don't want to just go, you know, kind of lackadaisical into a lot of gunfights here, especially up against this Marius side, who, I mean, it's a really good recovery from Marius, and they probably did deserve more. That seemed like it was honestly unwinnable. You know, there's so many different spots that you can be in the post plant there because he had enough time, and it was just such an awkward one for you to win, but Sawalio does really well and just makes good. Now for Marius, with only one player surviving in that last round, of course, you're gonna go for the full investment with the bomb, but you know that if you're successful in this round, that can really kickstart your T side. Do not want to start losing players through smokes, though. That is not the ideal list of situations. They're still trying to pressure up Ivy here.
Yeah, failed clutch in the last round, and now the first player to fall. An unfortunate start for Donnie. As you were saying, they still do have Ivy presence. June's still hanging around as his teammates are now making their way out onto the A bomb site through A main and Pop. Dune's done very good work over towards Ivy, and so have his teammates. They've just walked onto this A bomb site very free, it's felt. And now, in the 2 versus 2, Sawalio's making a lot of the noise. He's taken all of the contact, and McQueen, unfortunately, now left into the 1 versus 2. Low HP on June and Dozik. Just, actually, 50 HP combined between the two. And there's no kit for McQueen. Bomb half ticked, and the 2 attackers are post-planting towards connector. He spots 1 out. Oh, there you go. Another 10-second defuse round being 1 out. There's
no time.
No time?
Doesn't have a kit. He messed up his movement. That's the problem.
I was going to say, I thought he had that.
Oh, what happened was he jumped up and hit the bomb train. It was planted on the other side. Took a little bit too long. Really good read from him, to be honest, to know that they were both going to be in connector there.
Rough.
Both so low. And yeah, that is really rough because he's played it absolutely perfectly. There was only a couple of places that they could have been. McQueen's read into it, knew exactly what was going on. Fortunately, just the lack of a kit is the reason. Ruby don't have a second round, but that's a really nice one for Marius, who know that they're up against a bit of a weaker buy here. They're going to go aggressive out towards A. Fuzzy with a lovely opener with that Deagle. Hasinator trying to put his to good use, but he's slowly getting ran down, and he will at least get one and still standing. That's a big problem right now for Marius as they tried to go guns blazing into the A bomb site, but now they're just getting torn limb from limb. Everybody is dropping like flies. Dropping like fries would be a bad way.
I'll have some fries.
Yeah, 5 second really. I mean, you can pick them back up and keep going, but now, let's see what he can do, because he's found a little bit of a gap here.
I don't know if he has, to be honest. And same with Donnie. Like, I'm going to assume they expect players to be, well, everywhere here. And another Deagle rings out. Fozzle got the opening kill, the Deagle, and now is most likely secured the round win, unless Mike can 1 versus 5. Head turn, shot in the side. The fact that Ruby, when they've got the majority towards the A-bomb site, are not able to hold with weapons, like with rifles, and then when they're on Deagles, they get 3 kills on the defense. And the fact that Ruby are caught off guard because they went for an aggressive play through B. They went for the same play that they did on the pistol round. So there was so many players not in the right position to defend, and yet it still goes so well that every single player survives.
It's crazy, right? It's absolutely crazy that that's the round that they win. And
so clean.
Yeah, as convincingly as they did as well. It's a little bit ridiculous. And now watch. They're up against the Deagles here, and I guarantee you they'll struggle, especially with this fast play in towards B. You're going to have to try and back up. Luckily, they've got 2 players here just trying to lock horns right now with the pistols and make sure that they cannot create any space, which they will not be able to. 2 kills is all that the T's come away with, but it is still pretty much all Ruby so far. And, you know, if there was a kit in that second round, you know, we're talking all 4 going to the Ruby side.
Or if he just hit the right movement as well.
A little bit more KZ, and you never know. You could have a clean sweep so far on the CT side.
Yeah, I also can't say I've seen Ruby that much on Train. They have got some decent results against like Roller Coaster, Fireflux Rebels, a most recent loss to Astrum. But they're looking pretty good on their CT side, which seems to be their much more favorable side as well. I think how I see Train right now is that it hasn't got a specific favored side for the scene. It feels like each team just has its own favorite side. I don't know if you kind of get what I mean or agree.
I get what you mean. I do disagree.
Okay.
I think it is definitely more CT-sided.
Okay. Well, that's definitely where Ruby lean. So I'm seeing this as a very good sign that on their more favored side, they're already about to be 4-1 up. And they've had 3 rounds now where they've only lost 2 players.
Yeah, I just
across them all.
Just to go to your point, I do agree with you that, you know, like some teams obviously, you know, have better, like more favor the T side. I just think as a T side on this, it is so difficult when you cannot create any space on this map whatsoever. It is just so difficult, and there will be just games that a CT side will just go in, they'll just take main off you, they'll just run into pop, they'll get aggressive, they'll literally just play in your face Counter-Strike, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Oh, brother.
Oh, the smoke. Alright, well, you're down to PCU till you're gonna have to forego that one. Hopefully continue on this upward trajectory without it, and still so far so good. An opening kill, make that a double, as that's B under lock and key for now, and it's only Marius out towards A that they really have to deal with.
And look at the rotations. Like,
so
it's just sure Dune gets the opening kill there, but every other player is here, and Hasinator just holds strong towards Pop. They try to double swing him, but to no avail. And a very weird round from Marius, all things considered, because just straight from the get-go, Jack, they bought 5 AKs, and I think had like 10 pieces of utility across those 5 players. And that is a main reason why they just never really got out of A main. And that's exactly what we've seen from them in previous rounds, where they've prioritized the weaponry over the utility. And speaking about how difficult it is on the T-side of Train, you kind of need at least 1 bout of utility, right?
Trying to get out of A main, like without any flashes, without, you know, 2 sets of flashes, you're gonna have a big problem. Now, there's a lot of useful in this round. The flashes are going high and they are creating a lot of space. This is a lot better. Might actually finding an opening here, but the off connecting means that the pistols still have to try and push past right now. There's smokes that they can use to kind of skulk about the place, but still, there's not really a lot of control taken as the rifles are getting here. The rotates are coming on in, and this is looking like another great hold from Ruby, making light work of that eco round, and so far, making light work of this game, Freddy.
Yeah, dude, this is 5 rounds in a row where they've lost 5 players across those rounds. Just look at their economy so far. They've looking really... McQueen's 10-2. He obviously had a great pistol round, and he's just been really strong consistently. I'm really hoping he's fast with that AWP. Blindingly fast. Ka-chow.
I was making a drink, but I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
But this is... like the first round for Marius, where they've got a full buy and actually have util around it. No AWPs come out yet for them. But it is going to be early damage onto McQueen over towards Ivy. He's being pressured quite a lot, and he might not be able to get out, actually. Oh, he does. Okay, the smoke does support him. Hazonator. That is a very bold peek. I don't like it, but because Kaide's got a kill through the smoke in A main, it's actually worked out fine for the advantage in Ruby's favor.
I'm so fuming. I'm so fuming if I'm the guy that's playing anti-flash walk out there. He's just like no flash, just dry swung into pop. My teammate's meant to be holding it and he's whiffed. And yeah, that is just a sticky situation.
Oh, wait.
This is an awkward spot here because Ruby have just completely left.
I think they have to know this, though.
Left the A-bomb site completely, and Donnie's just walked all the way, routed through connector. Kaide's now going to give them a chance at life here as he tries to swing and deny the bomb plant. Won't be able to do it, but he's already collected 3 kills, and the molly goes down. They know that Donnie was in towards connector. Surely there isn't going to be a way out for him, as again, just being bombarded with utility, trapped in this corner, surely just going to be spammed on down, and it's a 4K from Kaide in the round as they recover that one. But, I mean, they did leave a lot of gaps towards that A-bomb site, and Marius did the right thing. They exploited them, but unfortunately, they just didn't get the result.
Yeah, Kaide's he's really stepped up in recent history for Ruby. Like his past couple games specifically have been really, really good, and he's always been like I think one of the mainstays for Ruby, and especially in that ESEA Advanced round when they won 1.25 rating. So far in this tournament, a 1.24 rating. Like those are generational stats. Like he's up there with the best players in the tournament. He's up there with Might, who's also had a 1.30 rating this tournament across the 3 maps that they've played. Is the second highest rated player in this tournament, which is impressive.
Considering they're 1 and 2.
Yeah.
Insane.
I don't know how they've only played 3 maps. Did they forfeit?
They forfeited their opening game against Zero Tenacity, due to I think it was like conflicting schedules. Then they played against X Sabre where they defaulted map 1 and then played them on map 2 and lost it. And then they 2-0'd Fisher College in their 3rd game to get here.
What a bizarre journey.
Oh, it's really weird. It's like insane that like that's how it's kind of went. But yeah, I mean, Marius, they seem to have a good player on their hands. Problem is, I haven't.
Hasn't done much so far.
I haven't seen it with my own eyes just yet. He's kind of been locked out. You know, this is a guy that has been putting up numbers for this team. You know, a 1.3 impact rating is not something to kind of turn your nose up about. That means that, you know, this guy in the rounds that Marius win, he's involved like all of the time. He is the guy that is getting the kills. He's getting the multi-frags. He's the guy that is just putting the enemies in the dirt. We haven't seen that whatsoever. Marius have only picked up a single round, 2nd round, after the pistol, a good force buy that they were able to get over the line, but The only reason that they did was mismovement and lack of kit. Ruby should
Yeah.
be 8 for 8 here.
And even in that previous where like Dodoni gets 2 kills and it's a 2 versus 4. Oh, sorry, 2 versus 3. It then still doesn't even like look worrisome. I think that's the kind of surprising part, right? Dozik's getting aggressive. An interesting play from Kaide. Didn't expect Dozik to be that close, even though I thought they had the comms. So it's a man advantage for Marius. Hazinator trapped on this bomb site as well, similar to his teammate, caught with his pants down with Util in his hand. Bomb is in T-spawn. Gotta remember that. And that... Oh,
that timing is criminal, man.
This whole round is just timing from Marius. They've caught 2 players out with utility. May as well be like 3 with utility. And then 1 as he's like comes off the scope. So for Ruby, this feels like a really unfortunate round where just everything goes against them. And they're hoping just to maybe forget that this even happened and move on.
Oh, that is crazy, Freddy, man. He's holding the angle, and it's just, I mean, it's just an unwritten law in Counter-Strike, isn't it? Once you've taken your eyes off an angle, once you unscope as an offer, you're gonna get peaked. It just happens, unfortunately, and Ruby, their streak has finally been ended. 6 rounds in a row. Marius are finally on the board, but it's a very difficult round to kind of replicate that Marius just won there, because as you were saying, there was a lot of timings in that round. There was a lot of situations where Ruby were not aware of the positions that Marius could be in. So trying to find those gaps and find those positions where, again, Ruby are going to have nades out and stuff like that, it is going to be just a little bit more difficult to do. But, I mean, you can still go for it. You can still try it, and might was maybe thinking about it. But this time, Ruby, they want eyes on main. They do not want the exact same thing happening.
Yeah, I think maybe Ruby just not putting the utility down to counter that A push, just because it hasn't really happened yet. So you don't want to be doing that every single round with the amount of utility. Here, though, it's going to be an opening kill for Ruby. Marius are trying to really use this Ivy lurk. It's felt like most rounds they've had someone Ivy, but it hasn't necessarily worked in their favor. And as Marius tries stream out of a main, Hazinator, by the way, is swinging to die on that second kill. Not necessarily like to die inherently, but he's there to make space for Kaide, who's behind him, to bait him in. And he just gets another one anyways. An absolute shutdown for Ruby, where 1 player falls, and that round never even felt competitive.
No, from start to finish, that felt like Ruby's every day of the week, and you can see there that Marius, they just were not allowed the space that maybe they wanted. They tried to play a little bit slower out towards A, but I don't think that Marius have a great understanding on this map and what they do unless they're playing quickly. This is the flashes that are coming in once again, and the counter util is just going to rip them to shreds. McQueen with an opener, they're just getting shut down as they're making their way out. No flashes, just kind of sending it through smokes. This is just a Hail Mary play as they are trying to get something done on this T side, but it's just been all Ruby this half so far. A couple of instances where Marius pick up a couple of rounds, but this T side for me, Freddie, has been less than impressive.
It's just been nothing.
That it? It's just been nothing. I thought it was going to be maybe a little bit more to that.
No, it's been just a really bad half.
It has been, and it's just really looked like they're getting a little bit desperate now, which is the problem that I have.
Yeah.
Nothing over towards B is kind of crazy. I mean,
Bombs T-spawn.
There was a couple of rounds that they went over towards B, but like it didn't really work. They just couldn't kind of get pop control whatsoever. That's a nice opening though for Hazinator. I know Might has already been taken down, but that kind of keeps you in the round for a moment. But that moment is just a fleeting one.
Again, bombs still T-spawn, but the only reason Ruby have been allowed, have allowed Marius a way in is because Sawalio and Hazinator have both got aggressive towards Pop, and unfortunately, they both kind of swung a little, quite confidently, I think the word is. But they're going to have to walk right back where they started, as Bomb, it's not like outside a main T-spawn, it's in T-spawn.
Yeah.
So Homeboys has to go and pick that up in the 2 versus 3, and they also have a HP disadvantage. Queen's posted over towards B, Fozzel's over towards Ivy, and Kaide's the main man stationed towards A main. 20 seconds. And the bomb's now making its way towards A. Kaide walks around the corner and pop. June rips his head off. Homeboy's now coming out A main. Fozzle spots him out. Confirmation of where both players are. The trades are good, but McQueen made a really good rotation. As soon as Kaide died in Ivy, he started in Pop, he started to move and was there in the right time to make sure there was no chaos and secure double digits.
I don't know about you, but I would have been very annoyed if Marius actually were able to convert that round, just because of the fact alone that they have left Bomb in spawn again. Like that, it's a peeve of mine. I absolutely despise it, and you know they're just really limiting themselves, to be honest, very much so on their T side, because you know they're going for a lot of these kind of information plays. They're going for a lot of this, these kind of lurks up Ivy, these kind of fast plays out towards main, and they're just not bringing the bomb with them. So even if they do manage to get onto a bomb site, if they find the kills, if they find the timings right, they have to like give up and forfeit a lot of that control because somebody has to go all the way back to get the bomb. This has been so far a very strange train game, to be honest. But you never know. Marius might have a massive grip on the CT side.
You never know.
I'm going into this one with an open mind. I want to see what they have here.
I mean, VP almost came back against Pain when they were 2-10 down at the half yesterday on Dust 2 at the major.
Yeah, true. They're not out of this one just yet, but the pistol is a necessity.
Yeah, and it's off to a pretty negative start. Main man Mike, who we were talking about, he's the first player to fall. There is going to be some trades back. It's a bit of pandemonium, and Homeboys is made of titanium right now. Dude's living in the Matrix. Dozik just ran into a Molotov, and it's all falling apart. Donnie peeks and falls as well. What? That was a 2 versus 4? Homeboy's short gets isolated, and then one player falls to a Molo, and then Fozzle isolates the other two. Okay.
Don't ask me anything. Don't ask me anything about that one, man. I have no idea what went on there. I knew it was going to be crazy when I've seen somebody kind of like jump out of pop there and do a full 360. I didn't quite catch who it was, but they were close to the pop wall, and like instead of like just peeking him, he's just full on like 360 tried to kill him.
He forgot what team he was or what game. He was like face.
Yeah, exactly. Marius not investing in this round. They actually have just decided to save for the 12-2.
It's a bold call, to be honest.
Yeah, I mean, they believe in themselves. Maybe they just want to play with the rifles out on the CT side, or as close as they can get to rifles. This is a timing here for maybe him to work with. It's a singular kill, but it's again a whole lot of nothing for Marius.
They got a kill.
And now they're going to get to see what it feels like to have the M4s in hand. But bad news is it could only be for one round.
Yeah, it's the exact same scenario as when they were on the first few rounds of that T side, where they just don't have the economy, but yet they're buying in with full primary rifles. They have got at least one for mass on Homeboys, but like the money is certainly less to be desired for them. And Fozzle's already got out of A main. He's made good space. He does get shot in the back of the head, but it's a fast play then over towards B. Ruby get onto the bomb site. They drop the utility down. I was going to say forced to swing through that Molotov, but I don't think he inherently was. And that's the advantage ripped away. Bomb down, and they are just trickling in one by one to their doom. Marius fallen so easily. It's not even competitive. And a flawless T side means Ruby close out their opponent's map 2 with ease. 30-2. They just stroll across the finishing line.
Yeah, this is really just a runaway train for Ruby, to be honest, Reddy. That is very disappointing for Marius. They tried to go for a pick to maybe try and catch Ruby off guard. That doesn't work in the slightest. I don't think Marius are a very strong train team whatsoever. I definitely think that map just needs work. I think their T side, their structure, the way that they're going about rounds is just all wrong. So yeah, I would be maybe kind of staying away from that pick moving forward. And I don't usually say that a lot, but they did just look like they were completely outclassed. It looked like an Inters team versus an advanced team there. You know, they were just getting absolutely destroyed left, right, and center. So yeah, I think moving on to Dust 2, it doesn't really kind of get a whole lot better, considering you take into account that Ruby decimated them last time out 13-0. So this could still be a very, very quick best of 3. And Marius, honestly, Freddie, they could be on their way out of this event.
Yeah, that's on it. Yeah, that's my exact same thought process. You could just see that they were not ready for Train, and on the T side, like other maps, you can maybe get away with not being as prepped on the map, but Train, you can't. And for
100%.
Dust 2, like sure, Ruby have had some difficult results in the last couple of days on this map, but they did 13-0 Delta a month and a half ago, so we always going to keep that in the back of our minds. And they did just destroy them 13-2, and they looked fundamentally like the better team through and through. So when we come back after this break, I've got a sneaky suspicion it's going to be a 2-0. However, are Marius able to try and push us to a third map? We'll be finding out shortly. A very dominant first map from Ruby. We've got a feeling that that theme is going to continue on to Dust 2, where previously when these two teams clashed heads, it was a flawless 13-0 for Ruby. Let's see if they can replicate that now.
Yeah, let's see. Let's see if Marius can actually bounce back, or if Ruby can absolutely rip them apart once again. And it's not started great here for Marius, as they already lost 2 players. The long fight has not gone to plan. Well, Zerters could be executed right now, which the Donny will be. He left his teammates high and dry there as he ran away. Everybody fell in front of him, and now it's only might that remains. This is already looking a little bit bleak.
Not the start that Marius would have wanted. So far, not a single kill on the pistol round. The star boy of might, not even going to be able to get one either close range of the dual Berettas. And that's Ruby, I think, setting the tone for how this second map's going to be going.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it is just a pistol, and you might be kind of scratching your head if you're watching that at home and saying, you know, why we are saying that. But it's just because if Marius are able to win the pistol and just get like a foothold in the game, you kind of steady the ship a little bit. You kind of calm your nerves in a certain way as well. But Ruby, this is a kind of team that if they're given the opportunity, they will just run at you. You know, they will just kind of take these engagements. They'll sprint, try and take the fights. Now, they are just going directly into a B stack, which could be a big problem because there's a lot of pistols and they just get absolutely ripped apart. Still one more player in the site right now. He has been eventually spotted out and tapped on down. And this investment, a very slight investment, but still an investment of something, nets not a single kill. Not on the board yet are Marius, and neither are any of their players.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of surprising that Ruby do just anyways go into the full stack, not even probing anything. But it's also even more surprising they get away with only taking a little bit of damage. Like, I think Haznator was the only person to even get hit. I think Marius probably have an average of like 50 ADR right now, if that.
Oh, I'd say it's way less.
Yeah,
I would say it's way less.
Just another opening kill. Marius put 4 players over towards long. They get the control, but at the cost of Donny's life. And again, Marius still not on board. Homeboy, he will get the first kill for Marius. This is an awkward interaction in middle, though, I can't lie. Homeboys will get taken down by the nade, but Dozix hid support, however, feels very over-aggressive from him as he very actively tries to trade, and that's going to ultimately be a negative value for the CT side, as Ruby now in the 3 versus 2 just pump the brakes and assess their surroundings.
Interesting push from Might. He's made his way through the tunnels just to kind of sit and hold outside of the tunnels. Like, you get all this information, but if they go B tunnels, I mean, it is an awkward position to kind of go in yourself. No, you're definitely not clearing it, but I still think that it's just a very tough spot to be in, you know, to really get much value from it. But eventually he doesn't see anything, and around 30 seconds he begins to kind of make his move. And actually this is a little bit of a fake going on up through B. Might bite down on this, but he's convinced that it is going to be up short. They do make their way, and it was a complete contact. 10 seconds. You need to try and find this kill onto Dune, who is going to be able to net the first. McQueen will take him down, though, and there is going to be nothing about that one that gets away from Ruby. They managed just about to get it over the line, but Might honestly making a really good read that was going to be a short play, and there was only one player sprinting up to that B bomb site.
Yeah, I'm surprised he does actually make that read, even though they've put the mid to be util and there's been no presence on short whatsoever. A bit overcomplicated, perhaps, from Ruby, and that could have gone very wrong if McQueen hadn't instantly got that kill. But regardless, it's Ruby to start 3-0, and it's 5 players to flash flashbang coming in. Sawalio not blinded immediately, and alongside Hazinator, they just mow down. And Ruby, again, 5 players stay alive against the anti-eco. And that was more of a force buy as well. There was MP9s in the mixture. There's also just a flash play that I don't know how it didn't work.
It just wasn't blinded. I'm not quite sure where the flash went or landed, or because he wasn't really playing anti, was
No one seemed blinded.
Yeah, like I don't know. I think it must have been a failed piece of util. That's the only thing I can imagine. First real gun round here for Marius, and they will send Might into the lower tunnels. The Donny, nice shot, tries to get away, goes very wide to get round the corner there. And it's actually that double op setup that is working out, because Fossil falls as well. And Ruby, with this long control, they can maybe do something. But instead, Kaide has kind of made his way back. They want to try and explore some other options, because they're maybe afraid that Marius are already going to be stacking over towards the A bomb site, which they might be in a moment. Kaide needs to kind of pump the brakes here on this push, or he will be heard, and 100% the Tunnels players know he's coming.
Yeah, they're in a nice crossfire. He might get one, but there's no chance he gets 2 here. Jiggling in. There's the one. Trader's out. And Dune also able to double down, which is really important. There's a very big worry that if Dune doesn't get that second kill, the 2 versus 3 is possible for Ruby. But ultimately, it's the double LORP setup, an aggressive play in the mid-round that reaps the rewards for Marius as they put themselves on the board at for the first round. But still, not everybody on their roster has got onto the scoreboard.
Problem is, now that you know there's a double op setup, Ruby should just, early head towards the tunnels and go for a mid to B split, because it'll absolutely destroy a double op setup. And that's going to be something that maybe they look towards, but instead Swalio is going to test Donny towards long once again. It's another opening kill. Going the way of the CTs. Ruby looking to maybe explode on out here. You can see Kaide slowly making his way up mid. 3 players stacked over towards this B bomb site for now. As McQueen trying to look for this opening. It's a nice off angle from Might. He's waiting to swing the contact and takes a perfect time to peek. Hasinator trying to make his way out as Marius are trying to get something done, dropping the bomb. Actually, Fossil finding 2 makes this one very doable for Kaide, because there's still a lot of time left on the clock. Dune pushed in towards the tunnel, so Kaide, if he's ready for this turns into a 1v1 very quickly.
Yeah, Dune's got in a position that if Kaide overlooks, it's the round winning position. And Kaide doesn't. He peeks it. And now it's a 1 versus 1. All of a sudden, this round has come crashing down for Marius. It was looking so good for them. They had the right setup. They had the opening kill. They've given Kaide the way in. And up against Dozik, who's moved himself onto the B bomb site. The bomb's out of B tunnels. Dozik, very open, by the way. Just, yeah, can't get away, but regardless, still hits the shots.
I mean, the off angle works out. I'm not a big fan of it, but yeah, I think it was just one. It's a little bit more kind of redeemable, I would say, on the elevated angle. But I mean, that's just a good round for Marius. Again, they've got the bodies in the right place. They've got 3 players on over. They managed to shut down the tunnels play. If it's not for Fossil finding that double kill, that round isn't nearly as close. But Marius are actually getting something done on the CT side, so they are making this one competitive from the very start. But the money not run dry on the side of Ruby just yet. They still have another buy under their belts, and it's still quite a solid one. As for Marius, it has cost them everything and more, Freddie, really win these rounds. So one misstep, one false move, and they will be back to square one once again. And there it is. Step pushed through long. Dossick goes down. There's no double up in this round for Marius here.
I think Ruby got to understand as well, there's probably not the capabilities for that. The one single AWP is on Homeboys, is over towards long. And Ruby are playing slow towards middle. They've got good map control all around. Fossil in tunnels, Sawalio outside long. And they're starting to probe deep in middle, putting pressure on this mid to B. I don't believe this is going to be the finishing goal, though. Oh, that's a really big spam for Might, putting it into the 4 versus 4 and also taking away the presence towards tunnels. In the meantime, though, Kaide's in CT and catches Homeboys off from behind. I don't know how that's happened. Sawalio then activates from long, and even though they did get that kill on Fossil in tunnels, the rest has fallen apart, and June's now last alive. Should be able to get that kill on Hazinator, but then McQueen's there to provide Overwatch, and Ruby back on winning ways.
First tactical called for Marius, and I mean, it's nice to see that he used them. Could have done with a few of them on train, but we didn't see a single one. So they've decided to bring them out here to maybe give themselves a chance. But so maybe a chance, because they are in this map, I would say, a lot more than they were in train for certain. Although still the same amount of rounds so far, but as long as Ruby aren't clean for the rest of the game, I still have a chance to bring it a little bit closer. Problem is, though, as I was saying, they are now back to square one in terms of their buy. Their economy has been shattered because it's cost them so many players to actually pick up these rounds. So far, Ruby's T side has looked quite strong. Marius's only real kind of boastable, I would say, success has come through the likes of the double op being posted up on the angle. This flash should go pretty deep, so it won't blind him whatsoever. Dune with a nice shot, and this time, this long play kind of works out. McQueen trying to make his way back to make sure that the pistols don't run him down through the molly. Thus it comes, and that's just going to be an easy flick for the opper. Ruby really needs to accelerate B here.
Yeah, there is a player in CT with an AK, but McQueen's holding really well over towards long. I think they get the identification of where the AK is through the spam smoke, and Homeboys, I'm pretty sure, has been heard as well. So Ruby, around that, honestly looked a little bit precarious when they started getting a bit squeaky out towards long. It ends up somehow being completed very cleanly, which I didn't think was going to be the case.
No, definitely not. Actually, when you're kind of looking at, you know, you lose the rifle, the opper misses the shot, you know, there's nobody else out towards long. The pistols begin to kind of run at you a little bit, and there was almost like a kind of traffic jam in towards the doors there. So, like, that really could have just kind of snowballed into something really horrible for Ruby. Marius have, you know, done this a couple of times now on their anti-ecos. That's the second time that they've tried it. First time did not go nearly as successfully as that. This one started off quite good, but unfortunately for them, ended quite bad. We've got a 7-2 lead, as we've got Fossil running on the spot, I believe. So a little bit of a problem, and yeah, we're gonna actually need a little bit of time to
Sorry for that, but we're back, and it's again a bit of a complicated round for Ruby, it seems. Most have died towards A, but the bomb's been dropped outside B, and Hazinator's in a 1 versus 2. Dozik and Donny not allowing for themselves to be separated. Last time that Ruby were up the clutch, Kaide was able to isolate those duels, but this time Hazinator, well, still will be able to if he clears Dozik That's not going to be the case, though. And Marius looking a lot better on Dusty than they were on Train, and a lot better on Dusty than they did in the previous time these two teams pit up against each other. And after another round loss, Ruby are going to take a tactical pause just to give themselves 30 seconds to talk things over.
Don't hate this. Don't hate that they've decided to go for this. I mean, we didn't kind of get to see what transpired in that round, but yeah, maybe Ruby not happy with the situation that they found themselves in. Maybe the opening kills were kind of given away a little bit silly. They tried to do something that just didn't work out. So, yeah, take some time, talk it over, get Jo involved, you know, a guy with a lot of experience. As we were saying in the pregame, you know, with one win with Miga, with Pro 100, he's kind of been around the block guy. He's played in a lot of these events. He's definitely been in a lot of these situations where, for the majority of this series, complacency really has been the enemy for Ruby. But this time, it is actually Marius that are really putting it up to them. Homeboys, nice opening. The ops are a problem right now for this Ruby side, as again, they try and take the long fight. One player, and he falls instantly. Swalio just keeps trying to test that upper, and I believe that's like the third time that it is Swalio to fall.
Yeah, honestly, I'm a little bit confused at that. It feels like they're just running into a brick wall. Everywhere else has worked but long, and a lot of these rounds have been starting off with a man's advantage. It's 4 exactly. I don't know if it's with Swalio specifically, but yeah, 4 rounds that Ruby have just kind of died long.
I'm not messing. I can tell you, I can guarantee you, it's been 3 times that it's been Swalio that's just been taken down towards long straight away.
Well, Ruby have still sometimes done very well when they're in these 4 versus 5s. Need to make sure they're able to get past homeboys on the orb, and if they're able to do so, the A bomb site is going to be free for the taking. Flashbangs are good. They're able to get around the corner. No one's really holding for homeboys. Apart from Kaide, I don't know how homeboy hasn't connected onto. He didn't even shoot a shot there. And all of a sudden, from the 4 versus 5, it's down to a 2 versus 2 post plant. Dozik fighting for his existence on long, but it's a great supportive flashbang. That's mean Kaide gets his 2nd kill of the round. And June on an MP9 at range coming up from short is able to switch over to the A1S, and that's going to be able to warrant him the opening kill. McQueen on the other side now, 14 HP. That grenade could just end him off, and it doesn't. He survives on 6 HP, and because of that, June will fall.
Punished because you didn't throw the lineup. Tried to bank it off the wall and hope for the best, but the box saved. The Queen peeks over, hits the flick, and Ruby convert 4v5. That's a really good recovery in that round from losing that opening pick. And yeah, Queen blessed really in that situation that HE didn't have his name on it, because it looked it was going to be a heat-seeking one that was heading his way. But right now, Ruby are now in a really good situation because they've again put Marius's money in a just sticky situation where they've had to kind of go for this little bit of a half buy. Didn't feel comfortable with the amount of util or the weaponry that they were going to be able to bring forward with their investment if they went balls to the wall here. So it is now kind of getting to that stage for Marius. Only 3 rounds on this CT side. Ruby playing this one a little bit slower though. There's the opening. Fossil taking down Might. Doom close to the doors. Needs to be cleared on out. And Hasaneto will do it. Ruby right now making light work of these pistols.
Yeah, and Homeboys is just now left alone on the back of the B-bomb site. And the scoreline coming to a point where we don't anticipate it to be at. Homeboy spotted, a tag on the scout is not good enough, and Hasaneto cleans up 4 in the round for him. A lot of the individuals are just kind of booming right now for Ruby. And for Marius, Dune's the highest with 8. And then the 5, 3, and 4. So it's definitely not a fruitful game for Marius. And now in the final round, the half, I feel the AWP's been going like double AWP Donny and Homeboys, and then single AWP Homeboys, and now single AWP Donny. Kind of been juggling it around, but it looks like the AWP's going for an opening pick out long, and there's a hell of a lot of flashbangs to greet them, but Might through the smoke with 2. Hasnita will respond through that very smoke with one of his own. That's a lot of information of how many players are over towards that part of the map. So Ruby instantly pivot over towards mid as they want to try and seek refuge over towards you.
Good at these rounds though. Man, disadvantage. Make that a 2. Man, as now bomb dropped in towards mid. Surely no way out of this one for Fossil, and there won't be. So at least Marius will finish with something. 4 rounds on their CT side, which makes this one really doable. They do not want to bow out of this event 1 and 3. I'll try and make a run here. It would be crazy if Marius actually get into, you know, a 2-2 game where they have a chance to go to playoffs, considering the runs that they've had in online competition. But that's the situation that really Marius find themselves in. Something that we didn't kind of touch on. If Marius kind of do bow out, it does beg the question, Freddie, of how many more invitations are these guys going to have to these events? Because, you know, they had a couple of wins, right, in kind of recent history, that have kind of guaranteed them more time because they were so low down on the VRS rankings, and, you know, beating a team that is kind of higher up, it's kind of bought them that little bit more. But, you know, the reality of it is, if you continue to kind of struggle in your matches and, you know, lose this convincingly, you are going to drop down the path. So in order for a win, Marius are not just fighting for, you know, their existence and life in Series 3, they're kind of fighting for their lives in terms of VRS.
Yeah, I'm actually still surprised they're getting the invites, because they just had that, you know, they won 4 best of 3s since like 2 months ago. But this would be a crazy comeback. The Warrior's been caught out off guard on long. That's an opening kill, and space potentially created. Look at Kaide on the flank though. They're coming back into him. They're making a lot of noise. They're gonna be running around the corner. Kaide able to get only 1, unfortunately. So the advantage still in favor of the T side, and Ruby's rotations are just going absolutely everywhere. They are running back and forth, but the bomb's trapped in top mid, while the B bomb site has actually been capitulated.
Yeah, I don't know if they know about it just yet. They do now. Might find that time in to walk out towards the B-bomb site, and he's just trying to lock it down right now for his teammates to kind of arrive. And actually, he is just baiting Ruby into staying here for longer. Eventually, Might will fall. McQueen will drop him, but you don't have a smoke here to try and get across. And the USBs are just going to be holding the line. Dosick waiting. They're going to both peek together, trying to swing across. Bomb taking the fight as well. Dune will hit the headshot, wants to maybe stand and fight, but knows that he has to try and get a plant down. But it's just a tap to jump up, and Dune hits the shot. It's an important round for Marius. The pistol really does just keep them treading water. They are not slowly sinking out of this game just yet. As for Ruby, though, that was inches away from being theirs.
A very chaotic round. That was messy, to say the least. And I'm actually surprised that it works out so in favor of Ruby that they even get it down to the 1 versus 1. But Doom, he wins out the 1 versus 2. A very aggressive play, a very confident play to jump up onto the boxes in that instance. And I thought McQueen had that as well, because he's 15-5. Like, he's had a phenomenal game. He's also won clutches from that very position. We are going to take a little break, and when we come back into it, Ruby, they are actually forcing into it. They've got the scout, they've got the 4 MP9s. They're going to be trying to meet fire with fire. And it's surprising to see Dust 2 be so competitive after it was a 13-0, and especially considering how one-sided map 1 was as well.
Yeah, it is definitely really intriguing. I've just been doing a little bit of research there, Freddie, as you were talking, and just, you know, you were saying that you were a little bit surprised about, you know, the reason that Marius are kind of continuously getting these limitations in terms of the VRS, but it's because of the wins and who they've kind of got them against. Like they got 30 points there for beating Fireflux. They got 43 points for beating Gun 5. You know, they've been getting a lot, and I can only imagine on the games that they're losing like maybe like 6 or 7. So, you know, they are actually just about keeping themselves afloat in those kind of situations. Yeah, back into the action, and well, this could have a lot of action in it, especially with the scout rattling off shots through the smoke. Nothing going to connect though. The opening kill yet to be found, and well, McQueen was just not ready for that. You fire off one too many shots, homeboys, he's just going to sprint through the smoke and try and punish you. Now Marius can split onto this B bomb site, and this force buy, I was expecting a little bit more from the CTs in all honesty. Ruby were just a little bit lackadaisical about the way that they were going for it, but all of a sudden, Swallow hits 2 heads, and I start believing again.
Unfortunately, he gets shut down. So the force buy rendered ineffective, unfortunately. Some kills starting to flow in for Marius, as they now make it a 2-round game up against the Eco. It's going to be 7-8.
Should be. I mean, should be 7-8, but I don't really want to overlook these deagles. We remember the round on train, right? And okay, yeah, this gets interesting now. It's only 1 kill. This is still a little bit tricky for Marius. Crash through the doors, June. Trying to pry a hole here in this defense as you've got Ruby pivoting a little bit over towards this B bomb site. What is and has been very confusing, I don't know about you, all game, is Hazenair does not have a picture, so I keep thinking he's on the side of Marius, and I think he's just kind of behind enemy lines without them realizing.
Very annoying. By the way, okay, I was gonna say, if like Kaide hit another deagle shot, and I was like, you gotta respect these deags. If Ruby had stacked onto the A-bomb site, like that round's won. But unfortunately, Ruby had the majority of their forces over towards B. And now as these deagles come in, the non-armored pistols are just going to get mowed down. But there was definitely a chance that round got scary, and there still is. Both Marius players are confirmed towards short. They're very much tunnel visioned on McQueen because he's behind them right now. But the other 2 players are on the bomb site. Bomb tapped, Molotov unsheathed. That's going to maybe just be the round-winning Molo, and especially because McQueen has also faced and fallen. Bombs being defused. Oh my god. Okay, there's no time. Fozzles just hit 2 crazy shots. And Ruby are going to take away 2 AKs into this next round.
It's huge. It's huge. Like, that is ridiculous right now. And that's what I was saying, man. You just can't underestimate. Like, Ruby have hit some crazy shots with the deagles, and Marius, they'll call a tactical timeout just to kind of settle themselves a little bit, because that'll rattle you. I know you won the round, but you lost the gunfights up against the Eagles. That's just not a promising sign moving forward. You know that, you know, you need to win this map to stay in the event in order to force a decider for a chance to play Anubis. And already, you know, you make a round like that, as close as that, you lose the opening fight, you even go into a 3 versus 5, and the only reason you get up onto a bomb site was Ruby stacked the opposite one. That could have been a very, very different story. I think you're right. That could have been a very different story if it was a stack over towards the A bomb site. However, we're into this one. Donnie on the AWP, and Kaide. It's a risky jump, and he does get punished for it.
Yeah, Kaide's struggled to really have consistency this map as the main stat padder for Ruby. He hasn't been performing much on Dust 2, and It's the issue with these long opening picks that was an issue on Ruby's T side, and now is apparently an issue on their CT side, and it's just all fallen apart. Donnie's been able to walk up mid without McQueen spotting him and get a pick on short. McQueen does at least get the AWP at range. Hazinator is able to negate an over-aggressing Donnie, and this is a very Marius-coded round of you had the advantage, but then it's all fallen apart because of a bit of over-aggression. Bad smoke as well on the cross. And that favors Dune, because of course it does.
1 versus 2 is not impossible. Fossil has been known to get a multi-killer too, and he's actually going to route over towards long, which is going to be relatively quick. Problem is, Marius have now taken that short control, and there is going to be kind of eyes on long. But the problem is, if Dune kind of goes down here, if he loses this fight, which he doesn't, he absolutely deletes him. If Dune does lose that fight, White kind of has to kill him on the cross, was the way that I was leaning with that one because of the way the bomb was planted. You could have actually got a safe defuse behind the box, and the short player would have had to swing very wide to try and kind of contest it. It doesn't turn into that because Dune is just unbelievable.
AWP on long. Not another opening kill for Donnie. Okay, so Hazinator can do it on the Deagle. Such a weird CT side from Ruby. And it's also a low buy with an AWP and an A1S board up. Hazinator's picked up a second AWP. It's a 5 versus 3. This is just completely fallen apart at the seams early on for Marius.
Like at this stage, Ruby just play with the Eagles and Ops apparently. McQueen been hitting some unbelievable shots, and he had a really good train game. I know we were kind of harping on a little bit about Marius, but a lot about Marius, should I say. McQueen has had one of his better games for this Ruby side since joining, one of the new additions coming in to replace Moon. And well, 2 kills in this round from him, 2 kills from Hazinator, and it's that Deagle and off combo that has just wreaked havoc in the Marius camp. And Homeboys, well, scoops up the bomb and tries to maybe get over towards this B bomb site now, as the save actually might be a good thing if he decides to go for it, but he might feel like he needs a bomb plant in this situation. 25 seconds. He actually does have a free route on over to B. I'm very surprised that Ruby have kind of overlooked this one.
Yeah, it's kind of shocking that they've just left open one of the bomb sites. McQueen is holding the cross at least, but smoke and a jump across means Homeboys are going to be able to get the bomb down. Yeah, Fossil kills him, but the bomb's already been planted, and that might actually be the difference maker between Marius getting a buy in the next round, because despite Marius winning 4 rounds in a row at this half, a lot of them have not come very cleanly. And yeah, you can see, I think that extra $600 is going to make a real big difference, as they only have 1 stage loss bonus. They actually do have to force into this, and this is a very difficult position for Marius now, because if they lose this, it's going to be 10, then Eco 11. So they've had a great start, but it all does come down to this 1 round where they have a very makeshift purchase.
And half of them, it seems like they don't want to buy. Half of them, they were waiting a little bit too long to actually go. Maybe there was a talk about what the call was going to be, but this is, yeah, it's a sticky situation at 9-8 down, or a map down, to really be in for Marius, and it's the perfect scenario for Ruby if they're able to exploit it. Mid-walk happening right now, I believe. There was a little bit of space to be occupied. Yeah, the smoke will go down in towards CT. Ruby not quite aware of this, but Fossil is just going to take on a jump spot with the second up on Hazinator posted on up. There's the information that you're looking for. And now batting the hatches over towards B, because the T's come flying in. The off trying to really save the day here. And Hazinator getting that double. How has he managed that? Dossick nearly makes a meal of it, but he is just going to gobble up 2 kills, meaning Swallow is going to have to come up big in the clutch once again. Marius have got all the way out on that B bomb site, but just like on train, Somebody has to go back to get the bomb. Luckily, the Donny, this space will not be occupied. Problem is, he might just go wandering into the M4.
Gonna come clashing head to head. Swallow's actually holding for the angle, but he's caught sleeping at the wheel. He doesn't even shoot. And the Donny just double dinks him. Marius, I do not understand how they stayed alive there. And it's all because of that play in middle and an unfortunate tag through the wall bang with the orb, but not a kill. And that's why, Ruby, you got to clear your corners, because Hazinator, he did those 2 kills at the bomb site, should have been the round winning play.
Could have been. That should have been around every day of the week for Ruby. And that had a lot of chances to really go sour for Marius. But it still could. I mean, they're very limited in what they have in this round. Hazinator is going to be able to at least trade that fight out over towards mid. I believe we need to take a moment to reconnect. Looks like we're back. Looks like continue to move as yeah, a little bit of a weird situation going on here in this round, and it just absolute chaos that Marius are able to capitalize on. 1 versus 2 now from McQueen.
Quite confused with what's going on, but McQueen does actually have the right play. Coming up long, he should be hearing. Instead, he takes the fight on short. That's him spotted out. Now he's stuck between 2 different positions and just isn't able to find either of them. And that's Marius. A convoluted round that they win, where instead of their economy now being broken, they break Ruby's economy and go to double digits. And the lead.
Tactical pause kind of being brought in here now from side of Ruby. I can only imagine that that was kind of a weird situation to be in for the round. It's just going to be a tactical pause. I would not be surprised if we do need a change of server here. It looked like this one was experiencing a little bit of a problem in that last round. But as soon as we do have more information, we will bring it to you. But yeah, it is Marius that have taken the lead, I suppose. Ruby try and bounce back, and I was talking and kind of harping on about, you know, Ruby's money, or Marius' money, should I say, if they were unsuccessful. Ruby's money is also in the bin right now, and this is also going to be just such a weird buy for them to kind of field here if they want to go for a buy at all. And I don't know if the better option is just going to be to maybe actually save for the next round where you can bring out an op on the Queen.
That's my thought process. Yeah, like I think forcing it here when you still do have a round to play with is the worst thing you can possibly do. I think you just buy the Deagles, right? You buy the MP9, maybe have a little bit of a gimmick. Swalio could theoretically buy a Hero A1S if he does choose to do so. And like, look, Ruby have also been really good on the Deagles. Kind of shocking they've actually only won 1 round on their CT side so far, but there was a round where they didn't win it, but they killed all 5 players with those Deagles. So we know that they can be very dangerous, and you do have to respect them if you are Marius. But yeah, this game is really flipped on its head in a way that I didn't expect, especially considering that it was like 8-4, but it was an 8-4 half that didn't even look remotely contestable for Marius. And then the pistol round, just imagine if McQueen had won that 1 versus 1.
There's been a lot of rounds like that, you know. If McQueen wins that 1 versus 1, if Swalio, you know, wasn't caught sleeping on that angle there in lower tunnels in that 1v1. But there's been a lot of chances for Ruby. So they can only really blame themselves, in all honesty. And as well, on top of that, you know, there was the situation where Ruby decided to leave B completely to give Marius a bomb plant, which meant that they did actually have an investment in that round that it came into the 1v1 with Swallow and lower tunnels. That was that round. So this is really on Ruby that they're in this situation. Marius have done everything in their power to get into the lead, and now they want to double it if they can.
But again, it's the hero in us and Sawalo and a few Deagles and a scout and MP9s. It can be dangerous. And it looks like Marius are poking and prodding on short B tunnels. But a mid to B split is what I would expect them to go with. And I think this is the right call, as there's only 2 defenders here. Now, only 1.
Unbelievable spam from Swallow there. Fossil gonna try and get something done himself, but unfortunately he falls. And if you're Swallow, if you don't find a kill here, you're maybe thinking about saving. Yeah, the bomb is going to be planted. This should be 100% a save in this situation. This should not be Ruby even attempting this, but you can see Swallow's positioning here. He wants to make this as expensive as possible for the T's, if he can. Looks like it's going to be a fine line, though. Nobody will test him. Everybody gets out safely. 11-9 Marius. This is an incredible kind of bounce back if we take into account the fact that they got 13-0'd, Freddy, last time.
Yeah, this is this is a big turnaround, especially considering map 1 was just a non-starter for Marius. It looks like this has got 3 maps written in the sand right now. But McQueen's been having a good game with the AWP on the T side. He struggled a little bit on the CT side, so is the rest of the team. And Marius, are they just posturing for a fast play towards the B bomb site early?
I mean, this is something that we've kind of actually seen from a lot of tier 1 teams at the major, that kind of late round, or when they need to like close out a game, they will go for a B round like this. And Might has opened up in towards middle. This is really going to put pressure on this B hole right now. Hazenator's already picked up 2, but that is it, as the rest of his teammates fall with nothing. McQueen and Swallow
have
to save here. There's no other option. I mean, if you go for this, it's just so risky. And it's just a really good call there for Marius. Might really making the difference in towards middle. That pinch means that the CTs are just so panicked. They just really have to keep their eyes on the tunnels and hope that maybe the mid player or the A player that is kind of trying to rotate in to gather up that mid control can maybe spam them down. Problem was, that was McQueen with the op, so he couldn't do it. Trying to make this one expensive, but it's an overpeak. Plain and simple. That's silly.
Yeah, I mean, the AWP will be able to get reinvested because Hazenator's got loads of money. McQueen could buy one himself, but this is another round where Hazenator has got 2 kills over towards the B bomb site, and they've still lost the round. I don't really know how he's getting so much success, and yet it's not being converted upon. Might, I get to be honest, just wins that round single-handedly because he catches off the rotation and also is still able to get the kill onto Fossil on the B bomb site. So for Ruby, 1 round on their defense, on their map pick, after 13-0ing Marius last time they came up against each other, this is a very different result, and it looks like Anubis is going to be on the bucket.
And technically, they have equaled their CT score from last time out that these played, so we haven't actually technically seen them against Marius or Delta, as they were known, on the CT side, because it was just the pistol.
It is very true, to be honest. And Ruby have been struggling on Dust 2 recently. They've lost 3 games in a row, actually.
Continue to bake into it though, and you would be feeling super confident, right? Especially after just destroying Marius on train. But this one has just not been the same game at all. This has looked like a new and improved Marius who do not want to bow out of this competition. Sticking
This big nade.
with 5-man CS right now. Up short, they're going to try and make their way up. Kaide, it's
What
so
is Kaide
risky.
doing?
He's just sprinting to try and get up towards the ramp there, but the timing was just missed completely. It's such a risk, and he gets punished for it. That's the bomb site now lost here, and just errors compacting right now for Ruby, and it looks like it's going to cost them their map pick. So Alio and Fozzel, what can you do to try and save it? It is down to just Fozzel and CT. He's got 4 players on the other side to try and take down to at least keep this one going. Has a kit, but absolutely no util. And Marius now, all they have to do is wait for him to rear his head. Wait for him to expose himself. It's an awkward angle to deal with, and he can't. Marius shut Ruby down on their own pick. What a turn of events.
Yeah, very disappointing from Ruby as well. A 8-4 half where they look very dominant off the back of a 13-2 win on their opponent's map pick. They are now having to be forced to go to a third, Anubis, which is also one of the better maps for Marius. Not one of the most played, but in the series that they've won, Anubis has actually been the map that has been one of the more successful ones, and they're going to have massive momentum coming off on the back. Ruby did 30-0 Eklock last time they played Anubis, and they have won 5 out of the last 6 games. So Anubis is going to be contestable, but I think just at the crux of the matter, it's like, what was happening to Ruby on Dust 2 there? Like, it's their map pick, and you wouldn't have thought, would you?
Man, they made way too many mistakes on that CT side. T side looked good, looked really comfortable. CT side just looked all over the place. You know, so many mistakes, over peaks, over commitments into fights, and you know, you are gonna get punished if you give Marius that many chances to kind of get back into the game. You know, they will do it. But in all honesty, I can just see, with that map in mind, I really can just see Ruby just going out on Anubis and absolutely blowing Marius out of the water. But only time will tell. We are going to send this one into a short little break. We'll be right back with map number 3. We'll see if Marius can stay in the event, or will it be Ruby in a shock that will be going home.
A third map in this series that I don't think any of us expected. Ruby, after a 13-2 first map, dropped the ball on their map pick. And now, we're on to Anubis.
No, we ain't. We have a little bit of a technical pause to kick things off.
We were live.
We were live.
We had a good few seconds.
Yeah, we were. Dream was there. Classic DCs. So we are going to be waiting for him to reconnect, so we just get to see both teams run around for a little bit, have a little bit of fun. Yeah, this is definitely somewhere that I didn't expect to end up. You know, we were kind of both of the opinion that this was going to be a 2-0 Ruby. It was going to be very convincing. It wasn't at all. D2 was, in fact, just really poor from them. You know, Train obviously went one way, 13-2, complete and utter domination. There's an argument that they could have won maybe 12, maybe even 13 rounds. You know, it could have been a situation where it was just extremely clean, and it was going to be a 13-0. And it was looking good for Ruby, I might add as well, on their T side. They were 8-4 up. They were looking really solid. All of a sudden, they go over onto the CT side, lose the pistol, you know, lose a string of rounds. Then they managed to win one, but it was one where it ended. You know, only a single round on your CT side on your map pick is just simply not good enough. And it was a CT side that was just littered full of mistakes.
It's kind of crazy as well, because there were, if you think about that second half, it was like there was 2 different rounds. Hasinator got 2 kills on B, and then his other defender didn't get anything. And the one specifically was when it was a 3 versus 2, and they didn't clear close mid. Or the pistol round, when it was a 1 versus 1, and McQueen couldn't land the shot. Or just maybe those countless times they lost the opening kill long. Like, there's so many actually small points you could look at it for Ruby and be like, how did they not close the game? And okay, there's those like 1 or 2 rounds that could have made all the difference.
Yeah, there was a lot of those rounds, man, that, like, when you actually think back at them and just kind of go, like, you should be converting this every day of the week. And Ruby just didn't. So yeah, they get punished. They get forced onto a decider, but it's not the end of days. We're talking about Ruby on Anubis that, you know, last time out, as you were saying, beat Eklot 13-0. And this is absolutely no disrespect to Marius and the players on their team, but they're not Eklot. They're nowhere near as solid of a team as Eklot, even with, you know, all the roster mania that's going on over there, even with, you know, removing Mikey for some reason. I don't know. They are still, you know, quite a solid team. So we'll see. We'll see if Ruby can do it once again and keep their streak going and streak alive. I think you were saying it was 4 wins on the bounce now on this map.
For Ruby,
Yeah,
it's 5 out of the last 6. And the most recent was a 13-0 against Eklot only 5 days ago.
Yeah.
I think Eklot are using Kriaz again, and Kriaz got 2 kills. Sweet Jesus. Nice one, Rasmus. But yeah, like Eklot kind of reinventing themselves a little bit. But I don't know, wins against Sinners, Zero Tenacity, Partisan. Those are pretty decent teams. Bet Boom as well. But unfortunately, it's one issue after another as this game gets live. So we thought we were here. We're actually gonna go to a short little break, Jack, aren't we? So we'll see you guys in a moment. Okay, everyone cross your fingers. I think the game's live.
Fingers, toes, eyes, everything's crossed right now for me.
I knew you would cross eyes.
Yeah. Makes it a little bit difficult to see what's going on, but we are live, finally. Let's go. Ruby, T-side in front of them. We'll see if they can get the ball rolling here with a pistol. Have been particularly good with them. Only conceded 1, and that was the most recent one. But sprinting out towards the speed bomb site might will mow down 2 at least to make this one a competitive round for the moment. But still, be difficult to make your way in with a lack of a kit as well. Means that Marius are going to have to go quickly. But you can see Ruby not quite comfortable just sat on the bomb site. They want to take some fights, and Kaida will win both of them. It's Dostik now left in a 1 versus 3. They know exactly where he is, and he's going to be trapped. He's going to be ran down by 3 of them as Ruby will start off the better of the 2. And they look to really get into the swing of things on their T side.
Yeah, very clean entries, right? Happy days. They trade out, and then, as you were mentioning, Marius, they don't have any funds or anything to utilize to help them on the retakes. They kind of just run up from CT and just run to their graves. So it's a good start for Ruby. And I think an early lead here is going to be very valuable after a very difficult end to Dust 2. For them mentally, just getting kind of back into this game, back in the swing of things, I think could be really important. And they're going to be given another bit of grace as Marius are onto the eco. Might has a deagle, and that's about it. But Jack, you were saying that I think at the end of last map that you think Ruby are just going to kind of roll them on Anubis, right?
100%, yeah. I really do feel it. Although it's kind of a good map for Marius, I think Ruby, that's their wake-up call right now, that they need to take this one serious. That, you know, the way that they were kind of approaching some of the fights on Dust 2, you could see that, you know, they weren't really kind of taking it serious, you know, is one way to kind of put it. And now, you know, it's do or die. It's elimination on the line for both of the teams here. So whoever comes up short, and Ruby, no disrespect to Marius, are still a much better team than Marius from what we've seen. But we are seeing signs of life from Might, which is very worrying, because that is one person you want to be silent in this series if Ruby do want to close this one out cleanly. And this round is going to be extremely clean as of right now. Hazenator trying to do it all himself. 3 kills to the good. He knew equals were on offer, so he goes swinging.
Dude, love a good eco frag. Interestingly, he drops over the AK as well. Keeps the glow for himself. But good start for Ruby. Kept it clean as well. Only losing 1 player. And Marius repurchased him 4 primary rifles and that 1 MP9 on June for the utility and the kit. Ooh, a good nade, I thought, onto A from Ruby. As there was 2 players just coming through camera, but actually no damage. And it's an early default for Ruby that's leaning already towards this A bomb site where they're taking control. But Marius are in a position where they will want to contest this.
Fight them early on. Molly is going to make that one very difficult, though. Dune is going to be forced away from this situation, and Util flushing Dosic out. They're not expecting a second Molly to come on in. Dune trying to get it done himself, and he does a lot of damage. Boys, though, he's just going to sweep 2 under the rug, and that's the bomb drop. This is a 2 versus 3 right now that is going to get a little bit techie, but Friday gets it into at least a fair fight. I think Ruby are going to try and just back out of their early round positions, group up together, try and get their hands back on this bomb. And Marius have the exact same idea.
Yeah, Might's making some really good moves right now in middle because Kaide was just spotted in mid. So Might cleared all of that out. And as he came through CT, it's pretty obvious that now Ruby are going to be coming both through A main. And great smoke. Might drops a smoke in about 30 seconds. Honestly, that could just be round over. A good mollo onto Might's position. He gets forced down to the open, but he puts Kai down to 5 HP. And homeboys, it's a very easy round for him. He just got a health mouse 1 in the exact same position and got 3 low HP players down.
Fortunately, we do have a player disconnected. Hopefully, it's just a quick little restart for Hazenator and we keep going. But yeah, that's a round that honestly was pretty straightforward for Marius. They had so many bodies just in front of A main, waiting to kind of lock it down. And you know, Ruby were doing their due diligence, I would say. You know, they threw 2 Molotovs to try and force them out, forced, you know, 2 players into awkward fights, but it was just that 3rd man that wasn't expected to be there because they were playing without middle. That's where the problem did arise. Ruby looking to bounce back. Still have, I would say this is a solid investment. Well, you've got a Mach 10 in there to maybe turn up the pace. That's the only kind of downside to it. But still a couple of AKs, a couple of Galils, some flashes, and it looks like Ruby are going to try and work towards this B bomb site. Now, Might is in a really nice spot here. He's boosted up, and Fossil might not clear this. This might be a freebie, but spots the head and might take it down. All the pressure right now on this B bomb site as it will fold. Donny goes down, and if I'm Marius here, I'm calling a save already.
Yeah, there is a kit on Dozic, which is the only saving grace, and the bomb hasn't gone down yet, and they are at least together in CT, but yeah, no, you're on the money. Much easier entries from Ruby in this round.
I'm surprised it was even an entry though, Friday. Like, that is it's a tough spot to kind of clear out, and especially when, like, Might nearly 100% of the time gets the first shot off, and it should be a headshot. But Might was just a little bit wayward with his kill there, with his first couple of bullets.
What? Sorry, what's Dune doing?
Was he going for the round? Was he still waiting? Maybe
well,
punish?
The kit was on Dozic, so I don't know.
Maybe trying to punish an overextension from the T's.
No. Yeah, I don't know if you have the same thought process, but I'm not liking how Ruby are posturing themselves when they go into the bomb site. It definitely cost them in the round they lost, because like Fozzel's just holding B, and then Kaide's in mid, which is fine. Like, you know, it's fine to have Kaide in mid there. Then it's the same thing in the last round of just like one player's just kind of not with the pack, and when the entries don't go your way, there's not the reinforcement. So I don't know if you have a similar thought process, but I'm not loving how Ruby are posturing themselves when they go onto these bomb sites right now.
It's something that I haven't really paid too much attention to. Like, it's something that I haven't really kind of noticed the way that they've entered in. I'm going to keep an eye out for it. I noticed there a little bit. I mean, Hazenator was like very aggressive, like true connector, but it was because they found the opening kill. But I can kind of see where you're coming from. And yeah, like it's a fair point though, like, you know, because if it does go wrong and you don't have that reinforcement behind, you know, there is no chance of a trade. There's no chance of you know, still taking the bomb site. In this situation, that's going to be easy for Fozzel. He did have a little bit of backup if it was going to be required. Only take down the Deagle, had a chance at life, but gets instantly swatted away. Now it's just to save them for that has now been spotted, so the acceleration into B should happen.
Despite that one round that was lost, that was actually quite a poor round. Even though it was like a 1 versus 1 in the end, it was, I think, a pretty poor round from Ruby. Since then, it's been pretty easy, to be honest. And kind of everything apart from that round. Dozuk saved A1S. Don't need to hunt it. They're going to have a perch to the next anyways, but it does mean that Dozuk, I think... Ooh, I was going to say could drop an AWP, but he's not going to be able to do so. So no AWP out on the CT side. We were seeing how good the AWPs were on Dust 2. They were getting a lot of opening picks. They were double open, which is, you know, nothing crazy. But Dozuk can drop an A1S. It's going to be another full buy for Marius. All primary rifles, but homeboys on a FAMAS.
Yeah, this is where things need to kind of turn around a little bit for Marius. If they are successful in this going around, you know, they've really got a chance at it. CT side can be difficult at times on a map like Anubis. Big nade to kick things off onto Hazenator. That's going to be a problem maybe later down the line. Ruby have been really successful wherever they really want to go. Hazenator's made a couple of steps in towards Khan. Might is going to go and try and force the issue here. He's beaten that Molotov. Hazenator needs to be ready, and Might will just clean up that easy kill. Tag down from the HG, of course. As the Kaide goes dropping down.
Hold.
Yeah, that's wild there. Maybe that was 100% a misstep, by the way. He went a little bit too far. He tried to just dodge the flash, I think.
And then he was kind of blinded as well, right? So yeah, just a little bit uncomfortable. There's another mid round for Ruby where you look at the map and there's a player everywhere but together. So okay, McQueen's putting Util towards B. He actually has the bomb on his back, and the Util actually does miss by large. And from this stage, it looks like they're going to try pivot over towards middle. It's just coming down to straight up. Does Fozzel hit the first bullet headshot? Or does Sawalio get the entry? Does the AWP connect? Quite the opposite actually occurs. They don't expect Dozuk to be peeking out of camera like that. Sawalio does get his kill, but it's a lot too little too late. Okay, he gets a second at least. Good damage, but... Another round for Ruby, Jack, where you kind of sit there and you're like, huh, what was the plan?
Yeah, I think the plan was put pressure on the B bomb site and then try and accelerate in towards A. Problem is, Hazenator was, you know, just dead to rights. The mid play that happened, there was a flash in mid. whoever it was that was blinded was trying to get away from the flashbang, but stepped too far instead of just stepping into that kind of little arch and just fell down into Mike's crosshair. So the round was just completely chalked from there. But it does seem like there's no backup plan for Ruby whatsoever. It does kind of seem like it is just all plan A, and if plan A, you know, goes awry, then all right, we'll play again for the next one. And it's just not the way you can approach this level of Counter-Strike. Spotted. No kill though. Dune. Gonna be able to find no
good trade.
Home, boys. Tries to get away. Well-timed Molotov. Kinda can't go through that.
But it does fall.
Okay.
Yep, that happened. Okay.
This is wild. This is this is like the craziest game I've seen in terms of like some of the kills that are going on here just go against everything like I believe to know true about Counter-Strike.
Yeah, like Marius are playing somewhat normal CS. I mean, Dune has just jumped and killed someone through a smoke, so it's hard to really say normal Counter-Strike after watching that. But it feels like Ruby are the one instilling the chaos. I don't know about you, but it's like just how they're playing is making this game very chaotic. And Marius are making it competitive early on the CT side, I guess.
Oh, Ruby are like in control of their own destiny right now. If they want to like stop doing these crazy rounds, I think they'll be more successful, but they just don't want to. They just continue. They just want to split up and look for clues. They just want to do this Scooby-Doo approach for every single round, it seems. And it's just a little bit wild. Oh, Op's going to miss, but a big nade. This is just going to be the B-pop that just nets you absolutely nothing. Has an air with a single kill with the hero AK. But, I mean, it's back to the drawing board once again. Marius have all of a sudden gone from 1 to 4 rounds on the CT side. In the blink of an eye, they've made, you know, a really bad showing for a CT half. Honestly, look very convincing and like a very good CT side. Marius should be delighted that they've already got 4, and looking and judging by the way of the buy and the way that Ruby have been playing, Marius could get like 5 or 6 here.
Yeah, I mean, obviously Marius are able to shut down Ruby, but this is a very like a part of me is watching this thinking Ruby's losing it, not Marius is winning it.
I would be of the same opinion.
Yeah, and even like the last round is like, okay, hero AK, kind of weird investment from the majority, and then if you look at the purchase this round, annoyingly, it's actually the MAC-10 that gets the opening kill, so it kind of ruins my point a little bit. But that's a big overextension from Dozik, and a pretty massive opening kill for Kaide, where Ruby, if they go fast from this, it's drawn the rotations away from the B bomb side. Donnie is going to rotate back in, and Homeboys, that's a big must-AWP shot to be hitting. However, Kaide is on a tear from the MAC-10 to the A1S to a 4K, and he's barely even taken any damage. He could be going for the ace if he wants to, but Fossil will steal it away through the smoke, and that is exactly what the doctor ordered.
But I still really kind of don't like what I see there. Like, McQueen was full on ready to just W through the smoke there.
Like 10 HP.
Like 10 HP. Like, and it might be a small thing, like it might be a nitpicky thing, but that is just something that like can't happen. Like, you are just gonna do wild stuff. You are gonna be punished for wild stuff eventually. Like, sooner rather than later, if you keep doing that kind of thing, you will actually just get one of them wrong, and in an important round as well. But that is a huge moment for Kaide. 4 kills. Ruby have a 5th. And all of a sudden, that singular round kind of steadies the ship a bit. To Donnie going to go for that boost. And again, I believe it is Fossil that's going to find that opening, just ready to react to that boost in time. And the second chance of asking a different player on top of the totem pole, it nets the exact same result.
A positive trade as well out on A. Because of Fossil getting that opener towards B, these 1-for-1s are only just going to favor Ruby. and it's going to force someone like Homeboy to try and make an aggressive play, and he will eradicate that offset. Puts them back into the 3 versus 3, but he only spots one, and that was the trader, so he doesn't actually have the information of that there were 2 other people around the corner. So Ruby are going to pivot over towards B, but as of now, it's been read out by Marius. Dozik needs to get a move on because Might is currently completely by himself on this bomb site, and the star player for Marius has had a slow game, but with the support now, it looking like they will just hold on to this bomb site. Missed Molo as well.
Big problem right now. Rotates coming in. Kaide gonna try and do it all himself once again. Did it in the last round. Can he do it this time? And he won't be able to do it. I believe Homeboy's just trying to take down his teammate. Yeah, who needs enemies when you've got friends like that, I suppose. But unfortunately, well, rather fortunately for Marius, it doesn't drop Dozik. He's able to get the kills, save an AK as well. So 5-5. And I mean, the money, it's shocking on the side of Ruby. This could honestly be a 7-5 half if Ruby decide to go for the investment, but they don't. They're going to save and try and muster together a buy that can salvage something for them. But this should be Marius getting 6 CT rounds, which honestly will be a fantastic result for the Kazakhstani team.
It's really shaken up what we would perceive this matchup to be like as well. I think we were both in agreement of the result of it being just like a 2-0 perhaps. And Ruby now don't know how they're going to be able to break through this round. It's 4 pistols and an AK on Sawalio. Last time the Ruby tried a round like this, it was Hazinator on the AK, and they didn't really get any success. And their original plan to go towards A has been unfortunately stopped in its tracks. And this now feels like a bit of a readable round for Marius where, okay, well, we stopped them on A. They've gone silent. As soon as any information is found elsewhere, it's going to be very telltale of what's happening. But also just look at this as well from Ruby. Like, they've put 1 player B, they've put 1 player A, like 2 players in mid. Like, they're defaulting with pistols.
And they lost the bomb in towards mid. You've got 35 seconds to get it. Yeah, okay,
what's going on?
That's a great kill from Kaide. Like, you're able to get an off here. You need a little bit more. You still need the bomb. Like, you're not going to win around here. Yeah, I don't know. Ruby are just... They're blowing me away with what they're trying to achieve here on their T side. Like,
trying's the operative word.
It doesn't look like there's any structure. Like, it looks like we're watching Marius on the T side of train again. Like, it looks like there is no actual goal at the beginning of a round. Like, it is literally just we're going to all go as 5. Well, not even as 5. We're going to all go on our ones and try and take engagements and see what we can do. The only rounds that have been somewhat successful have been kind of fast-paced rounds where they've caught Marius sleeping. They're going to try it once again in towards mid, but Dozik, he sprays 2 down in towards that mid smoke. Couldn't see a damn thing. Still doesn't matter. 2 kills to the good, and Marius, they're well on their way to 7 rounds here, unless Ruby can maybe just flip the script on this one, and that might just do it.
Yeah, that's the opening kill that could let them in. Dozik, I don't know how he's gotten away with that alive. Dune's also going to try and replace him. So Sawalo's, they evidently know he's towards Canals. I think it's a good guess that Fozzel's towards B main, as he's been lurking around here the majority of the time. And, oh, Homeboy just pushes A main. Fozzel comes out. He's got the bomb on his back. 1v4, only gets past the first. And that's Marius taking the lead on their CT side when Ruby, 5 days ago, went 12-0 on their T side against Dynamo Ecolot and have won 5 out of their last 6 games on Anubis, and then just look simply quite poor so far in this map.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is night and day from apparently what was seen from this Ruby side the last couple of times they've been here on this map. But CT side could still really be theirs. Like, they 100% could get, you know, a 7 or an 8 round half going in their favor. As of right now, though, for Ruby, man, this is one that they need to kind of settle themselves into. If I'm Jo, like I'm calling a pause relatively quickly, especially if this pistol goes south, to just try and make sure that everybody realizes the task at hand. Lose this map, you're going out. The fact that, you know, you dominate map 1, then you lose your own map pick, then lose a map that you are 5 out of 6 on in your last 6 games.
Just a very disappointing series from Ruby, I think, all things considered, after the first map. But hey, CT side masterclass, and it doesn't look like it's going to start on the pistol, as Sawalio... yeah, unlucky, dude. Only defender on A, drops a nice nade, gets actually quite a lot of damage. I think just under 100 damage in total from that grenade. Or just over, rather. And, gets then like run boost gooshed. I don't know. There is a kit and 4 players are retaking from A main. The flashes though, they're for the A bomb site. I don't know why Kaide is... It's very awkward utility from Kaide. And got to remember, Sawalio is still on 1 HP from that earlier altercation. Hazinator has the kit. 1 versus 2. June's just jumped through the smoke. I think Hazinator has got this one. They're dancing and prancing. Ring around the rosies on this bomb site. Who's going to be the first to drop? Dune, and that kit is going to have massive value.
I was not expecting Dune to just jump through the smoke there, and I think he's misplayed that.
Oh, yeah.
I think he's misplayed that completely. Like, to run like that, I just jumped through the smoke. Maybe he's a little bit worried about the bomb was planted, but you can see it from Broken. Like, there's no need. You just, you know, jiggle, tap, just show a little bit of skin, then pull away, you know, just, that's all you need to do in that situation. Instead, he fully commits out onto the site. Straight away, by the way, no idea that he was in towards heaven. I think that was Marius' round for the taking, and that is now just really kind of handed a lot of the momentum to Ruby. Couple of pistols, very light on util for Marius. This could get a little bit scary though. Donnie gonna walk through the smoke, but players on the other side, they are ready, and still Ruby have quite the strong setup if this B play does happen, but Marius have called it cancelled. That's wise.
Yeah, these rounds are near impossible. I'm surprised to see the kind of like half-assed investment as well, considering they had the bomb down. And if they don't get the bomb down in this round, I don't think Homeboy's going to have a full purchase in the next. Neither will Dosic. McQueen's going to be just careful. He's got 2 kills this map, I've just kind of noticed. Especially considering that McQueen's been playing really well this series. That's a massive negative value. And he will get a 3rd in this, as Ruby do shut down the attempted A offense, only losing 1 player. So it is a good hold. But yeah, I think McQueen's going to have to be a big win potential for Ruby. But looking at this purchase from Marius, just what I was saying, like, you know, what was really the point of buying Tech 9 armor last round when now you've got Galil and barely any util?
Yeah, it's honestly just a mismanaged economic situation. It's something that you're kind of thrown at a little bit of a chance at, you know. Obviously, if you go full Glocks, you've definitely got no real opportunity, but some players were just buying down way too low in certain situations. This just started off well, though. Sawalio lucky to get out there, in all honesty. 1 more bullet would have done it. You've already forced him away, denied kind of a lot of that information towards the canals early. Double nade coming in, and Dune, we was expecting the first one, not the second though. That's going to chunk him down, as Marius now are going to try and peek on a timing. Well-timed Molotov kind of tried to get a little bit closer, and Homeboys was ready to take that fight. Ruby now trying to rotate on over to try and cut off this A play, but they're going to spill into the bomb site right now. And Marius continue to find kill after kill. Homeboys locking this one in. And the first gun round is a massive success.
I suppose it doesn't matter if you have Galils, if you just kill them all, and also don't have any utility if you just take up the jewels and win them all outright. Marius get onto that A-bomb site without losing a single casualty, and I simply don't know how Homeboys got both of those kills in mid-lever, right?
I don't know.
It's astounding.
Or I don't know about the last two. The last two are crazy. The first one is just a little bit of brilliance because you seen that reposition from Kaide there because he sees that Molotov and he's thinking, all right, I've got the timing to get a little bit closer as they try and swing and peek across, but it was ready to take the fight. And it's just the small little details that was kind of planned all along, that's what Homeboys wanted to do. And it's a big round from him. And even bigger now because Ruby have saved absolutely nothing. They're going to reinvest what they can, and luckily they had a little bit of a rainy day fund, but that storm is coming now. They need to make sure that they weather it. They're able to maybe pull off something in this round that would be perfect. If not, if this one goes south quickly, I want to see the save from Ruby.
Yes, that would be, I think, the best case scenario. It's good mid-util from Marius. It not only gives him the space, but it's chip damage onto McQueen. 35 HP down. Might poking and prodding over towards B, causing a little bit of uncomfortability. Similarly over towards A as well. What is happening over at the A-bomb site?
Not a lot, it would seem. Ruby are poised and ready. Trying to aim in pressure, and they're actually now going to begin to push, surely. You've left middle. I think Ruby need to push for some information over towards A, because right now Marius is just heading in towards B. Hazenator is going to try and get a molly down, but the Donnie's already in, and he's looking for a little bit more. Hazenator now the solo defender on the site. The timing could be caught here to shut down June, but it's too little too late. They're already up on the site. There's a couple of rifles maybe to gather up here, and Ruby, they're going to the kitchen sink at this one. They're going to throw everything at it to see if they can make their way in, but there's so many eyes just looking towards that connector right now. As soon as contact is going to be taken, the swing is going to come in. 1, 2, and nearly the third as well. Kaede somehow gives them a chance. Dosick now needs to get away with the reload, and he will get away safely. The reface, and Kaede wasn't ready. Went for a switch of weapon and gets punished for it, as Marius will take everything and more away from Ruby in that round. It's now a 2-round lead. It's a tactical pause for them to marinate in that failure. And that is quite clearly, and something that we talked about, Freddie, worst case scenario for Ruby. Nothing saved and they lose the round.
Yeah, this is a tactical pause almost from Marius to let Ruby just dwell in what's just happened. Because, yeah, I don't know, not gonna lie, 7-9 in favor of the T side and an eco on Ruby. I think this game is kind of all said and done already.
You're already thinking that this one is over. You're already thinking this is Marius's.
I don't know. I mean, like, are you watching Ruby and are convinced slash...
That would definitely not be the word I'd use to describe Ruby right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's just such disappointing performance from them. When I think I came in putting them as like that, we both came into saying like heavy favorites.
Yeah.
And it's even just like that last round of just, okay, it gets contestable, but it's a very simple round for Marius where Ruby are not being proactive enough on the CT side until it's too late.
Yeah, I 100% agreed. If you're going to make that kind of play over towards mid, like if you're going to make that play over towards the A bomb site.
Yes.
Like,
yeah.
You need to make sure that like you push for something to help out your B players, because you are just going to leave yourself high and dry, and especially on a low buy as well. It's not bad, because what you can do is you can go for that information play. Let's say all 3 players die, the players on B just go inside. Like the players on B just save, and you've got something to play around with in this next round. In those situations, in those rounds, especially when the clock kind of ticks on, you feel like you have to make the step. And when there's 3 of you there, a walk push isn't the worst of ideas.
It needs to be quicker, right? You can't be playing off their contact.
Yeah.
And yeah, this eco round is going to get cleaned up. It's going to be 10. And if Marius win the next gun round, where it's 100% over, I've just got a feeling that it maybe already has, like, the writings on the wall. I think this is the end of Ruby in CCT Series 3 Europe. Unless they can pull off a pretty monumental comeback on the CT side. Like, it's only 7-10.
Yeah.
But 6 rounds on the CT side in this position is not the easiest. And especially when we're Queen, the AWP has got 4 kills.
Yeah, but this is the first time on the CT side that he's gotten up.
True.
The first round that he has one readily available. The funds were just not there for him. So he needs to be the difference maker, whether he wants to be or not. And he tried to be over towards mid. He tried to go for an aggressive peek around that smoke, but it doesn't net him anything. Fossil already tagged down extremely low. This is already getting worrying right now for Ruby because they are losing pieces of the puzzle, parts of the map, so early on. And look how safe they're playing. I mean, 2 players over towards B. They backed up and been forced away out of middle. Now, Marius are slowly clearing Con and A main. Marius can go absolutely anywhere that they want, and Ruby are going to be none the wiser.
It's just the exact same criticism from the last gun round, that they're not doing anything proactive in the mid round, and Marius just walking out B. They're just on the bomb site. Okay, Cardi does at least get the first kill in this round, but the trade's going back and forth so far favoring Marius until Fossil steps in. He's 9 HP though. Dozik? What a shot on Sawalio. That gives him space to breathe, and Homeboy just ego peeks the AWP. Homeboy swinging for the fences, and Marius charged to 11th. 2 rounds away now from place themselves 1 step closer to the playoffs.
Oh, and that's so punishing as well. And I really do feel for Ruby, right? Because in those rounds that they know that their money is going to be absolutely shot, you know, we've seen it in a round that I said that I would have liked them to see a save in a 3 versus 3. The rounds are competitive, and that's the worst way that they can go, because if they're competitive or if you're in front, you feel like you need to go for them. Whereas maybe a save might have been, you know, a better option. In that round, they get unfortunate. They get punished on the money once again. And this should be just a clean path up to 12 for Marius. This could be one of the upsets of the day. Marius, if they convert this one, are going to have 5 chances to close out this map and stay alive. And for the very first time since getting into this kind of EU online circuit, be on the brink of qualifying for a playoffs.
It's certainly the best result. If we think back to when they first played in, I think it was Yala Compass was their first tournament. They played up against Rush B, and like it was actually quite amusing how bad they were, as mean as that maybe is. And same with their counterparts in Rage as well. Like both of the Kazakhstani teams that had come through from their regional lands, like they were just bad.
It's a different level, though. And they realized that quite quickly.
Yeah,
it is 100% a different level. And you know, I've talked to a couple of players that have made that leap up and made that step up, and it is just difficult to do. It is, and you don't realize how big the gap is until you actually make it. But that was 10 weeks ago, Freddie. You know, we've seen them now. They've made a couple of roster changes. They've brought, you know, well, they brought 1 new player in, Might, and he has kind of been the difference maker for them. He's been the guy that has been, you know, the guy that's dropping, you know, 180 or in a lot of his games. He's had a 1.3 impact rating in the games that they won, I believe, in the 9 maps that he's played for Marius. So, you know, bringing him in, they've gone from strength to strength. They've looked really good, and honestly, if they end up closing this one out, they 100% deserve it.
Yeah. Agreed. It's a different level. It took them some time to acclimatize, but now they certainly have. It's the double molos that we've seen from Marius come out before in middle, and once again, it's chip damage onto Sawalio. CT side are just fighting forward. They're trying to fight through middle, but with no utility. They just dry swung around the smokes and right into the hands of Marius, who are welcoming and waiting. In the meantime, as well, there's also been a pick over towards the B bomb site. And the 11th hour is certainly dawning over Ruby after a 12-2 first map where they looked invincible. They go onto their map pick, Ruby, where they had previously 13-0 this very team. And this time, it was not the same result. McQueen stuck between a rock and a hard place. An immovable object that will not cascade is Marius in this round. All 5 players alive as Fozzel attempts a near impossible retake.
Near impossible. It is damn impossible. There's no way that Fozzel is going to be able to pull this one off. Has to wait out of smoke. Yes, he's got a molly, but as soon as the smoke fades, yes, he'll get one. He's limited the amount of damage that he's going to take, but still, there's just going to be so many bodies peeking him right now, and the trade is all they need. It's Might to get it done, and Marius, for the very first time, win 2 best of 3s in a single event. That means, Freddie, they just need one more. They move into that 2-2 matchup. One more, and we could have Marius in playoffs, which would be absolutely huge. Not only for the players themselves, but in all honesty, for the Kazakhstani region as a whole.
Yeah, I mean, a few teams have come through those regional lands, as we were saying, but they just haven't really been holding their own. And I think it's been a little bit disappointing to see that the teams who have been given a leg up through the VRS system, they actually showed that grassroots Counter-Strike is really important. They weren't able to really stand tall. So yeah, Marius goes to the 2-2 bracket, the first team to do so. Ruby eliminated. There's quite a lot of teams that will be meeting them in that 2-2 bracket are very strong though. Even today, like Astrum, FAVBET the next game, the one at the end of the day, Nexus X Saba, and then also for the 2-1 bracket, like there's some really strong teams. So it's still a long way from Marius, but it's a really good step in the right direction that I think everyone's quite happy to see. But a really rough victory for Ruby, especially considering that they actually won the opening best of 3 in this tournament against Nexus, and then from that stage onwards just kind of fell down. I think, yeah, I think, you know, as well, like when we're talking about this kind of Kazakhstani region as a whole, this is probably going to be like the first, I want to say, competitive team since 100 Pink Gods. Like that's the one that kind of comes to my mind. Novak, actually, yeah, Novak, excuse me, but like the first kind of ones that have kind of like come through since 100 Pink Gods back in the day, because you know you still kind of have like Neelan was on that team, you know, you had Norbert that was there as well. This is kind of maybe a new age because a lot of these players are completely unknown to a lot of teams. So if they're actually able to do the unthinkable and qualify for playoffs, man, that would be massive. And just to touch on Ruby before we finish up and send it into a break before our next game, I think, look, they were very flat today after the first map. I think they just took it a little bit too easy. Some sloppy mistakes in a lot of situations, and deservedly they were actually punished for them, and I think that is going to come down to a little bit of, I think Ruby underestimated Marius today. I think they were not going to be ready for the game that they brought. It's kind of crazy though that they, like I think I agree going on to Dust 2, but then the fact on Train they were just so dominant, and it wasn't even competitive. Like that was like they just strolled through their opponents. So it's an interesting map pick decision from Marius. So I assume they'll probably have to go back to the drawing board for that one. But nonetheless, that's our first best of 3 done of the day. There's still 2 more left. As mentioned, Astrum versus FAVBET up next. Nexus versus X Saber to the end of the day. There's going to be a new set of cards to take you through that next best of 3. It should be coming up on your screens very, very quickly. Do not go too far. I'll be back very, very soon.
CCT Series 3 resumes. We continue here today with more Swiss stage action. My name's Hayes, I'm joined by Brandon, and I guess we should just get the bad news out the way first, just so everybody knows exactly what's going on. Unfortunately, there was a clash in the schedule for our last game today, which is supposed to be Nexus against X-Saber. X-Saber were playing another series in a different tournament, so they've had to forfeit their game here, which means we actually only have one game left for the day here, Brandon, and hopefully it can deliver the entertainment of two.
And hopefully it can happen soon, because we're at this point now where we are waiting for Astrum to finish their game. They're 8-8 right now in map 3. I'm blown away by how this looks, by the way. Like, I've just discovered what a virtual green screen is for the first time ever, and I don't have to put up my one that is just really awful. And I can't actually tell you how happy I am. And because we've got a few minutes to talk about everything, I'm just gonna gush about it. I didn't realize how good technology was anymore. It's crazy.
There we go. I mean, it was actually, I was shaming Brandon because he was telling me how he's putting his green screen up, and it shows how shaming and bullying people can still actually lead to productive results, right? Because I shamed him for using a green screen in this day and age. I said, why aren't you using a virtual one? He's like, what do you mean? It's like, do you have an RTX card? Again, he's like, what do you mean? What are you talking about? And I was like, mate, okay, hold on. Let's run this back. Anyway, here we go. Welcome, 2025. Caught up with the rest of us. Looking good. You can see he's impressed.
I'm so impressed. Let's take a look at what's been happening today. We've only had 3 games scheduled for today. We just saw Marius take down Ruby 2-1. As you can see, as Matt just said, Nexus 2-0 X-Saber. Now we wait for Astrum versus FAVBET. Might as well start talking about these rosters. We'll go with Astrum first, but just because they're on the left, and they've been a team that's been in incredibly good form recently. Obviously really loving what we're getting out of Grix, because he's just the GOAT. I feel like he will get a move into Tier 1 at some point this year, which I think will severely hinder Astrum, which would be a shame, but hey, that's the circle of life in Tier 2, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. And I mean, the rumblings are already talking about him going to Heroic to replace Sun Pius. That's kind of the general consensus at the moment. And you're right, that just guts this Astrum roster of one of the most exciting stars and prospects within this team. I will say it feels like they are somewhat trending upwards again, which is just good to see, because it feels like they had a really rough run of form about a month ago. They have lost their past 4 best of 3s, though, to be fair. So maybe there is still a bit of a scrap about them at the moment, but it does feel like there's been improvements, especially from Tlax in particular, by the way, because he was having a really tough time as an individual, but he's become more reliable as he was before.
I think Patsy's actually been pretty reliable as well, to be honest. I know that the stats, when you look at them, you think, really? What are you talking about? Are you still green from the virtual screen? And it's like, well, actually, I do think Patsy has been playing really well recently. I think like he does a lot of extra bits for Astrum that really go unnoticed. I really like his rotations in particular on CT. Feels like he is always there to help out, and that can enable Clax or Grix to get a lot more active. I mean, 1.17 rating. I know we've got Donk putting up like 1.4s in Tier 1, sure, whatever, but 1.17 in Tier 2, Tier 3, given the amount of officials you play, really good numbers.
Yeah, absolutely, and he's been doing it consistently as well. And also, I've actually seen improvements from him in his rifling lately, so he's actually getting more of that like hybrid element about his game, so that he's not a little bit of a liability or a handicap if he doesn't have the sniper. So he continues to grow and go from strength to strength. But yeah, Norway's still in a bit of a, I mean, he's been in a rough run of form for like the entirety of this year, if not longer, kind of thing. I remember watching him when the Aurora team came together in like 2022, and him and Kenzie were like one of the most exciting rifling duos in the space at that time. But that is a long time ago, admittedly. Anyway, if you're good with it, let's move along to FAVBET. We can have a conversation about these fellas. Now, I mean, these guys are like Tier 3 team that can punch above their weight. I feel like they're better as underdogs than they are as favorites. Like when you're relying on the team against someone who's weaker than them, then they don't really deliver. But they still always have like a puncher's chance.
This team's so weird because like you want to hate them to some extent, because it's just like, guys, you are definitely better than where you're currently situated, but then you watch the games, you're like, God, these guys are just so fun to watch. Like, tension's really good. Marius has been unbelievable. Jackie and Smash have been the outliers for me. Like, you get good games out of Jackie sometimes, and then he can go absent. You get okay games out of Smash occasionally. You're looking more for Jackie, Tension, Marius to be that core that is really stepping up for this team. But I actually think Bondik's calling's been really solid, and he was one of the first players I ever watched when I first got into Counter-Strike, obviously on that Flipside team, and it's really cool to see him still here. It's really cool to see him like looking to prove himself. And you remember when FAVBET first burst onto the scene, they were winning game after game after game. They were looking really good. I wondered how Tension was going to adapt with the amount of officials he was about to play, but he's been handling it really well, which I've been really pleasantly surprised with.
Yeah, you and me both, because I remember when this team came together, I looked at Tension and I thought, well, this is probably going to be like the limiting factor within this team, but he actually hasn't been. He's been one of the more consistent factors, delivering game in and game out. Yeki, for me, is the X factor man on this team. He's the guy who can just like blow rounds wide open when they don't really have anything going for them. I think Smash does blow a bit hot and cold. Like, he'll have a game where he just goes 1 for 9, and the next map he's 17 for 5 or something like that.
True.
And it's okay when you have players like that on the team if the rest of the team are more stable and consistent, which is kind of what you could say about this FAVBET team. They don't really have any out-and-out weak links. Even Bondic, tends to frag relatively as an IGL. So, yeah, I do enjoy watching them operate as well.
Should we have a little gander at what the maps that are going to be?
I reckon.
Most of the time, these two teams play against each other. I mean, we're going back February and we're going back last year. They were pretty grueling affairs, but that was also when FAVBET was peaking. And now in this moment, I feel like Astrum should have the better of it. So we'll take a look at the Veto. We'll see sort of where the chips lie. Astrum picking Train, who surprised no one. I'm surprised FAVBET don't pick Inferno, but they let that go all the way to a decider. FAVBET love a little bit of Inferno, but they say, do you know what? We rely a lot on our Ancient. We're going to walk into this and feel like it's going to be a good showing here for us. I mean, in the game that Astrum is playing right now against Copenhagen Wolves, they lost Ancient 13-9. So maybe it is a little bit of a struggle streak for them. 34 maps played, 44% win rate. Like, okay. I can kind of see what angle FAVBET are going for, but I also would have liked the Inferno pick to be more of a guarantee.
It's just wild to me that you can look at this Astrum team in the current day and age and say that Ancient is a good pick into them, because it used to be such a reliable map for them. It used to be their bread and butter, the map they'd be picking the most frequently, even ahead of your Mirages and your Trains for them. But yeah, it just is a sign of the times, I suppose. But one thing they will have is they'll still always feel like they should be competitive on Ancients at the bare minimum. But yeah, Train has been something Astrum have successfully integrated into their pool and made it one of their most popular maps to pick. 64% of the time they're picking it at the moment. So it really is their go-to alongside Mirage. And then Inferno as the decider. Yeah, I think I'm kind of maybe even slightly leaning towards FAVBET there, just based on games I've seen from both these teams recently. They've had a pretty decent Inferno behind them. They lost to Nexus recently, but I'm not too concerned about that. So yeah. I don't know. What we have to keep in mind is that Astrum are going to be coming off the back of a full 3-map best of 3 and then straight up joining the Servants this next series, playing a completely new BO3 against a team that plays entirely differently to the one that they're currently going up against. So it could be quite a jarring experience in that regard as well.
I also watched that FAVBET Nexus game in CCT, and that was 13-11, where 13-11 to FAVBET, where they were up 10-2 at the half. Like, it was actually just so excruciating to watch. So
that sounds like Bleach My Eyes kind of Counter-Strike, yeah.
I would definitely have Astrum over them, to be honest. I feel like their Inferno is just a bit wobbly, even though I just said I feel like they should pick it. Maybe you shouldn't judge recency bias, but I forgot the discrepancy of that scoreline. You know what? Yeah, fair you've left it as a decider, because my god, that was actually just an interesting spectacle of a map. That was one of the Infernos of 2025.
I'm looking at Astrum on Inferno, and they've actually been all right on the map. Beat Fireflux, Roller Coaster, Novak, all pretty close games. Lost to Iberian Soul, but the Spaniards are actually pretty damn good in Inferno, so not a huge concern there. But yeah, we are going to have to wait a little bit longer, ladies and gents, because Astrum are still currently locked in a series against Copenhagen Wolves. It looks like it should be finished in the next 5 minutes or so. So I don't think we're going to have to wait too much longer before we get going here with this matchup. Just hang around on the sidelines, and as soon as all the players on the server, we'll be getting into this best of 3. All right. Oh, man. Unfortunately, it's been a day marred with issues and forfeits. We've had to forfeit the first map here between FAVBET and Astrum because Astrum, well, they double booked themselves. They had 2 dates going on. And unfortunately, one wasn't too happy about that. So, Astrum have to do more than just pick up the check here, Brandon. They got to win both these maps left remaining.
Yeah, and the one they forfeit was their map picker as well, which is pretty brutal.
Yikes.
Now you immediately just go on to FAVBET's choice of Ancient. But Astrum have made it out on towards the B-bomb site, relatively uncontested. If FAVBET want to go for this, they need everyone to rotate over quite quickly. There is no kit. Time's already an issue.
Yeah, they've taken a really long time, and they've kind of just set themselves up for the retake. So like you say, not having a kitchen will be a big problem for them. Bomb's already a third of the way gone before they even set a foot into the B-bomb site. They're now going to try and breach their way forward. Astrum fighting on the front lines, though, making sure that FAVBET don't even get a foothold. Patsy on the off angle out in the open continues to just chip away at these FAVBET numbers, and it's going to be the perfect starter for Astrum, exactly as was required.
Yeah, brilliant. And you just take your time. You don't receive any contact. It feels really weird if you're Astrum. You're thinking, right, what are they doing here? Are they going to be setting up utility? Then you don't hear any utility. Then you finally start to hear some of the footsteps creep over from CT. And you're like, okay, 3, 2, 1, let's all swing. And it just works out perfectly. Spoke about Patsy about 45 minutes ago, saying how much I rated him. And the fact he just chips up with a 3K instantly is a sign of things to come, I hope. Well, I feel for them, though, in a weird way, Astrum, because, yes, they did win that series over in Galaxy Battle, but that was overtime, all 3 maps. You don't even get a break. You're just instantly thrown into this series, which means no time to prep, really, and you're getting full sport. You are getting destroyed by 5-7s.
Yeah, they've decided to try and fight in the front lines here against the force spine. It's worked out against them. Yeki got the first kill to kind of repel Astrum, and then there was just wave after wave thereafter. Mist Smoke maybe gives Astrum away here. Patsy trying to set up a flash for Klax to regain control, but Klax is on half health. It's going to be really tough, and he just goes from the fire into the furnace. He gets snaffled out the round as well. It's just Patsy left. He's been dinked, and oh, Astrum. I mean, great stuff to win the pistol, but then they fall flat on their faces immediately afterwards.
Yeah, this is actually a disaster. Smash. Can he get him? Oh, it'd be great if he could secure him with the Mac 10, and he does. That's a lot of money that's now been generated. No bomb plant in this one for Astrum either. They'll have to force buy into this, but everyone's got 1,400. Like, that is it. That is not a good place to be. And you can't be making mistakes like this, especially when, in essence, you can't drop a map. Otherwise, you just lose it instantly. And it's weird because you come into this already being a map down. Sure, it's kind of one of those things where you've got to shake it off and just get on with it. But you can't even warm up on the pick that you're happy with.
Yeah, it certainly does suck. That's why we're saying all good and well they win the pistol, but then to lose the force buy straight afterwards puts you in a worse off position, because if you lose this here, you don't have that extra counts of round loss bonus, and it's 3-1 before you get to invest again. That's the barrel they're staring down right now.
And that just is even worse because a player like Grix needs to be prioritizing the AWP because of how good he is with it. If they're not able to convert any of these rounds, then you won't have an AWP. That won't just be an option. So suddenly you're halfway through the T side without a sniper.
And also, Grix is the biggest factor for success for the Astrum team. So you want to get the AWP in his hands as soon as possible. All right, well, let's see if they can try and find some success with their force buy. Fortunately, it hasn't gotten off to the start they would have liked. I like the change up in approach here from FAVBET as well, just respecting the force buy, recognizing map control not nearly as important as it normally would be. Instead, just bunkering down. Nice setup here, 2 men in cave. One takes the bait with a kill. That then draws in the second player. Fantastic success.
This map just let one guy walk by just to guarantee at least 1 kill on the Mac 10. Smoke off in Donut, nowhere to go, nowhere to move. You almost have got to fight through this, which means running into Marius with the AK with all the advantage. You want to go back towards Red Room? Well, it's probably going to feel unlikely. The only way this works is if they're quiet about running through Red, and that hasn't happened. And now Tension can just sit at back default and win the round for his team.
Yeah, that is
all that can happen too.
Wait, they should just try and avoid him at all costs right now for the next 3 seconds. Let him survive and then just try and hunt him down, kill him after timer. But Anyway, Clax will get his injection of money. Now, Brandon, I seem to remember that a long time ago, I'm talking like 2016, 2017. I'm not sure if you're watching Counter-Strike then.
I was.
There was like this grand final format where the team who came through the upper bracket would have to win 2 maps in the grand final, effectively 1 best of 3. And the team who came through the lower bracket would have to win 2 best of 3s in the grand final. You'd win the one and then replay a second. That's what this feels like for Astrum in a weird sort of way.
Yeah, that format was weird.
It's so wild, man.
It's like, oh,
I don't know who looked at BO5 1 map advantage and decided, nah, let's go with this instead.
You win all your games in the upper bracket? Cool. Only got to win a best of 3 now, mate. Oh, you dropped 1 game to like a rogue best of 1. Unlucky.
Yeah.
Now you got to win back-to-back BO3s. They just...
like a series disadvantage, let alone a map disadvantage, basically. So... yeah, it just kind of reminds me of the situation that Astrum are in right now. Just backs against the walls, having to forfeit that first map, and they've got to be flawless from here. Haven't gotten up to the start that they would have liked either. Now it's just the pistol trying to barrel out into the safe bomb slap, but it's going to be a pretty elementary cleanup here for the CT side. Smash will double down, and now we sink our teeth into the first gun round.
I was telling you off camera, well, I guess off broadcast, that I've swapped out my little mixer, and I've got like a new mixer now for my audio. I've got this fun button on it, and I really want to. I'm like a little child. I really want to press the button.
See what it does?
No, I know exactly what it does. I just think it'd be funny, but I'm gonna save
Does it mute the mic? Oh,
no,
okay.
no. I'm gonna press it when something outrageous happens.
Okay, all right. So I'm looking forward to it. I hope we.
I think we could all learn a lot from it.
All right. Well, I wait with bated breath. Oh. Bond, you wouldn't know how much damage he's done there, but Norway has been brought down to 30 health at the start of the round here. And Clax has been counted out of it through the smoke. Now, generally, this wouldn't be the end of the world, but because Astrum are down 0-1, having had to forfeit that first map, this is a big problem for them, the way they've started here. They are going to go back to the scene of the crime, though. This is where the opening kill came through from, was Red Room with the spam through the smoke. They're now taking the space. Very good timing from Marius as he backs up into the corner. Peakside gets info. He's got no support. He is fully committed right now. Yeki is going to come around, and in fact, they've decided to smoke Marius off. He's going to swing with the smoke. He's inflicted a lot of damage. 3 of these 4 players barely make up 100 health.
Yeah, but the thing is, yeah, Tension can't really profit on that because he's got the AWP. Smash walking A main, though, feels like it should be pretty helpful. But Grixer and Kenzie are in a really weird situation. Kenzie's now got the definite guarantee that Bondic is over at long, and Bondic just spams him out anyway. Yeki also deals with the player in Red Room. It's all perfect for FAVBET. And now you're looking at this. You won the pistol with your Astrum. You're not 1 round after. You're down a map because of scheduling issues. And all you got to be thinking is, oh, for sake, you know? You know? That's what they're going to be feeling like.
Work. The button didn't work.
It did work. I didn't even say the word. That's how I guaranteed it wasn't going to happen.
I do like that, though. I really like that. That's very cool. Okay. I'm looking forward to that in our future casts together.
No. Now I've pressed it. I don't want to do it anymore, you know?
Oh, I see. I think we need that button for Overseer and Nexus. They tend to drop a few expletives on their casts. I'm looking at you boys, calling you out by name. There we go. That's why I was saying that the start feels brutal for Astrum because of what you just referenced, you know. Winning the pistol, losing the round afterwards, forfeiting the first map. This is far less than ideal.
Oopsie.
Such a strong setup, this dual setup, both holding the exact same line, 1 top, 1 bottom. It's really difficult to get past this. You have to actually double swing it. 1 by 1's not going to work.
Especially on, like, techies and deeks. Grix now has got a good idea that this is the setup. But with 40 seconds left, and now you're dropping the smokes, you're pretty committed in towards the speed bomb site, and no flashbangs to get you in means you need to burst through, which feels very unlikely. Yeah, that's it, exactly the outcome I expected. Cool, they got a kill, but now if we're just praising one kill in a round, we're struggling. We're clutching at straws here for Astrum.
A single flashbang actually could have gone a really long way there as well with the line that they were holding. A good pop flash could have just gotten them through that smoke. One piece of utility would have been a big difference maker, I reckon.
Bomb plant? No, and he's died after time. Oh no, it's Grix dying after time as well. That is actually worst case.
You would have got 3,400. That's enough for
case.
orphaned armor.
Yeah.
Now Norway might have to do it, but then he can't get armor.
No.
Yeah. Oh, he's going to have to settle for a scout. Oh, man.
That's awful.
Yeah, that really sucks, especially coming into such an important gun round as well. On such a pivotal player. Yeah, well, they're going for the variation here. A little bit of attention in towards middle, and then it's grouped up in A main. There is going to be tension who's arrived just in time with the Zor post on the angle. Spots one cross and goes for the shots on the second. Doesn't connect, though, so at least Astrum have been able to get control of the say bomb site.
Is Smash gonna... No, okay, he's just lining up the spam.
Oh, Kenzie's low. Oh, I thought he was going to try and deny the plant.
Molly's good.
Incendiary will, though, yeah.
The biggest difficulty here for FAVBET is actually getting back into this bomb site. But I guess you can wait till the smokes expire because Astrum have got no utility for this post plant. 3 in Donut, 1 in Temple, 1 in CT. But Norway's trying to fight his way forward. But that is only on Smash, who was on low HP anyway.
Yeah, at least it's a kill to alleviate some of the pressure and create the space, but it's so tough for them to get back. They're looking for more kills, trying to force more fights, and always swings on CT. Cost him his life. Bomb plant's been denied as Grix left with his measly little scout. Surely not. He does find 2, down to 17 health in the process. Marius will seal the deal. And FAVBET shut down the gun run. That's 6 in a row here for the CT side.
Hey, fair play to him. Because he's got a scout and he still gets 2 kills. Sure, it's on softened up players, but he treats it like an AWP and it works out pretty effectively. That was another round, by the way, Hayes, where they didn't get the bomb down.
Yeah.
So now you're really struggling. Also, look at this kill distribution. I'm going to take tension and just put my little hand over him, bless him, because it's really been needed. But everyone else for FAVBET's been stepping up brilliantly. You don't get this all the time. So the fact we're now getting this as well, this is brutal. To make matters worse, Marius has blocked the red smoke. So now you can just see over the top of it with the sniper.
Yeah, tension is going to be able to find a line. It's just straight through the smoke that he bangs Norway out the round. Marius in the corner goes unchecked initially. He'll be finding the frag on Grix, and it takes a while for the trade to come through. Smash will make sure that they maintain full control of Donut. And in fact, he's going to do a good chunk of damage with the nade. Just going to run Clax down. It will cost him his life, but it does not matter. It's a superficial frag.
Oh my god.
Oh,
that one isn't. That's a brutal frag.
This is that you get this out of FAVBET sometimes though, Brandon. It's always so exciting when you see them in this form where everything's working out. I mentioned in the pregame, which was a while ago now, obviously with the forfeited map, but I mentioned you get these games where everybody's online. There's no weak links, and exactly as you highlighted, you just get this contribution across the board. It's not like it's 1 or 2 players they're allowing to pop off to find success, but it also then makes me think like, man, could they not be better if we could see this more from them a bit more consistently? Then perhaps they could follow the trajectory of like a TNL or something like that.
I want to say yes, like I really want to, like in every fiber of my being is like, yes, no, I can see that. But they're just so inconsistent. And I feel like actually the next step for FAVBET is to get a better support structure around the team, because this is what TNL has done, right? They got Kane from obviously ex Navi, but also like ex Passion UA, and suddenly they've just been leveled up in a really big way. I'd like to see the support structure increase for FAVBET, and then I think we get way better results out of them.
And I think they've earned that. I think they've kind of earned that extra little bit of resources being committed to them. Grix is so far back. Tension steps into Grix's scope and still comes out on top.
Okay, Grix needs the button on my XLR. That's the first time he's had an AWP all game.
You have to hold that button for like 30 seconds, I think. Oh man, what a way for tension to open up. I mean, FAVBET are 6 rounds away from winning the series 2-0, by the way. 6 rounds. It's panic stations for Astrum right now.
Oh god, yeah, you're right. When you frame it like that, straight up in towards B, but a block on the smoke at ramp. The red room play has to do everything. Patsy has to win this round single-handedly for Astrum against FAVBET. But look at this. Marius has walked over into long. Tension now knows this gap is here. Oh, it's all about this intricate timing. And you've still got Smash in A main. And now you can hear all of this.
He's going to be hearing all these steps. Yeah, he's going to be getting some fantastic cues. If he can get tension to take the attention away from him, that would be fantastic. But Kenzie instantly deletes that AWP, and he finds the second frag on Smash as well. Who else but Kenzie to bail his team out of one of these abhorrent situations? Yeki trying to go through the smoke, but there's no space on the other side for him. Both Kenzie and Klax trained on this position. Yeki will emerge, and he's gone down. Astrum double up their round count. Finally answer back after losing 7 in a row.
What an insane shot from Kenzie. Just the first one, sure, on the player coming out of Brokey, intention, fine. But the immediate flick headshot onto Smash is absurdity. And you feel like that's the only way they win that round, because you feel like Smash is guaranteed for a double if he instantly just removes Kenzie, because Klax's hands are so busy with that bomb plant. Super round out of Astrum. Let's see if they can make it a little bit more consistent. I really feel like the fact that you've had to go from that slog of a free mapper to not even having a break, you have to get straight into this because of the scheduling. That definitely has played a role so far. And Grix is still without AWP.
And you'd love to have one in that position, just posted on the angle. Someone just jump spotting behind the box. Grix would normally eat that up, but like you say, just coming from that one series immediately into the other, off the back of a long, grueling 3-map affair going into overtime, no time to reset, and then you're playing against a completely different team, an entirely different style. So it can feel quite jarring going from one match into the other in that regard as well.
And Tension, was that a smoke break, or has he just got another one of these spam shots? I imagine it was coordinated with the Marius flash, and then Marius has just found 2 kills, shutting down Donut. The bomb's now for him. Klax can't walk through the A main smoke, and it's a complete disaster.
Yeah, that is really unfortunate. Again, for Astrum, they win a round, and it looks like they're on course to lose the round immediately afterwards, not able to build up any head steam. They also suffered quite a significant loss in the previous round in terms of finances, right? So it's not like they built up much money off the back of that previous round they won. Could be back to square one. Yeah, they're going to get 2,900. That's not enough for a reinvestment. So maybe even Klax and Kenzie saving could be the play. Then Norway can get a gun, so can Grix. But nope, they want to try and go for this here with 10 seconds. Oh, man, that made no sense, Brandon. Surely the save call had to have come through from somebody. No, it's not ideal saving on the T side, but I think it was the better of 2 evils in that instance.
1,000,000% you had to save that. We've already spoken about the money woes. Now you got to go on Tech 9s again. This could end 10-2. Although the last time I saw a FAVBET half end 10-2, they did win it, but it was 13-11.
That's what you get out of this team. It's just wild, and that's why we were calling for just some improved consistency from them. Nice nade hits the mark there for Marius. Does a good chunk of damage to a couple of players. They're going to keep up the pace.
Are they really going to try this again?
Looks like it. They're running it back. V 2.0. Tension finds yet another opening kill row.
Oh my gosh. He just peeks. And now the smoke's broken. Deep range for Yeki. Oh, they all want a piece of the pie. And the filling in red room is pretty delicious for FAVBET. Another kill added to the tally. Kenzie left all alone thinking, what on earth are we doing? Just these 4-1 plays where pace seems to be the only solution. And guess what? The solution isn't working. That was a nice shot because Bondic just takes his crosshair off the smoke. And as soon as you take your crosshair off the smoke, someone's going to walk through it. Can he get a 1v4? No, because of Yeki's positions.
Yeki. Yeah, exactly. Oh. Although...
Hang on.
Hang on.
He's got his knife out.
Get your gun out, son. Big wide swing, but Yeki enough to just track him there on the angle. 9-2. FAVBET, the problem is it's not even like these rounds have been close, Brandon. Outside of the rounds that Astrum have won, I can't recall a single FAVBET win being competitive. Like, they've actually just dominated all of the rounds they've won so far on this map.
I'll be real with you, they're just like ego peeking them as well a lot in these rounds.
And I love it because they've got the momentum.
It is coordinated. It is coordinated with like smoke breaks, like good flashes out of Marius, for example, in a couple of rounds prior. So I don't want to label it as they are ego swinging, but they are being very proactive. And for Astrum, the only success they've really had in terms of control has been towards Shelf, because Yeki's only fought that once all half. Look at how scared Grix is playing. Look at the spam and all the damage. Marius is just on Shelf. This is so brutal, and the spams could potentially even find an opener. Oh yeah, there you go. There's the spam. Found the opener.
I mean, they deserved one back through the smoke, I think. That's only fair. Oh, they need 9-3 so badly, and they need a whole lot more after that in terms of the pistol conversion and gun round, but they've got to focus on the round at hand right now.
They're holding
ensure
for the
that they
boost.
absolutely convert.
Yeki is holding for the triple boost.
And they're just fully stacked on the speed bomb site, by the way. They're all in right now. And with Astrum, I mean, because they've had such a tough T side, they're not going to be keen to get too dynamic and too detailed with their approach right now. They're thinking, well, we've got control here. We're ready to burst into the speed bomb site, ready to exec our way forward. Let's just rely on what we have available to us. But that plays into FAVBET's hands with their setup.
It's so weird how no one's on A at all for FAVBET, really. Like, Smash is considering it, but he's also got dual responsibility with middle. And they just read into this perfectly. And there's been so much spam on towards Shelf that I feel like Yeki can just play you here. I don't think Astrum are going to spam it
they've
anymore.
left it so late. 15 seconds, Brandon. 15 seconds. Tension misses the key
Yeki's
shot.
dead.
Yeki will go down. Tension has to connect on one. He does. There's more support where he came from. Oh, no. He's missed the key shot. Tension will not be able to deny the front. Smash might though, and he does. And with that, they win the round. Why have Astrum left that so late? Because it's not like they're making moves anywhere else on the map. They're just hanging around doing nothing.
I actually really love the way Bond plays that. Yeah, I mean, that is a bit troll. But I really love the way Bondic plays it, because he just sits in cave the whole time and he says, Smash, mate, if you want to run through the smoke, and then that will indicate to Astrum, like, oh, they're running through the smoke, they've got no idea, they haven't got map control. And then it's just a free kill for Bondic. 10-2.
Yeah, it is a brutal affair for a team who actually won the pistol to open up the half as well. Managed one gun round outside of that. FAVBET just dominating Astrum, and this series could end as quickly as it started.
Did it start quickly?
I was going to say, I guess that doesn't really make much sense actually with the delay that we had, but I guess more what I mean is that this map has been very quick, and if it ends in this fashion, then the whole series is just straight up over.
I think it's over already. I'm going to be completely real with you.
I mean, we haven't seen anything to kind of inspire us to believe that Astrum have what it takes to make the comeback from here.
If these rounds are competitive, I'll be like, sure, but they just haven't been.
Exactly.
It just felt very lifeless in the last couple of rounds here for Astrum. It just felt like they were banging their head at the wall, were just hoping it worked. Here it's a double donut setup. Norway the only player on B, but fast scaling in towards Heaven could remedy things. But with Yeki hearing now all of this, they've got the molly in from Tension as well, by the way, in CT. This is cringe.
They're playing Valo. The kit's
and that's
been
the
dropped.
kit.
Yeah, on the back lines, it's going to be tough to recover. It's even if they want to think about trying to go back, it means they have to deal with Yeki, and he's got support there from Bondic. They haven't even had to activate their double door player. They may not even need the molly. They've just done it with sheer brutality.
Look at the way Tension's playing that as well. It's so sickening. He's holding like the tiniest little crack in the door at a B ramp. So you clear the box, are not there. Why would I look deep into CT? So he can even just get a headshot, or in that instance, he just left them. He completely left them because obviously his job is just to use the molly. It's so ratty, especially when you're 10-2 up, but you know what? I bloody love it.
Yeah, me too. I mean, it's an insurance policy, and it's smart Counter-Strike, ultimately. We might be bagging on him in a little bit, but it is smart CS. They were always guaranteed to win the round as a result. Here we go. Force back from Astrum to try and answer back after losing the pistol, and they have been able to find the opening 2 kills in middle. Patsy's also just closed the gap. So he's taking an advanced position. Now. Yeah, Galil. Not for too long, though. Oh, Smash, what have you just done with the dub? At least Clax trades and Smash is low.
And you've just heard Kenzie ticking the molly. So at least you got an idea that the player's a cave. Clax has had a really good reposition here in towards A main. They have hit this timing. Now there's corridor of uncertainty for Astrum. Have FAVBET gone donut? Or have they gone red room? Smash is now going to clear out Clax, but Clax just headshots him immediately. And now the penny's completely dropped for Astrum. Tension's low HP. If he's able to get Norway, he can go B. But Norway, oh no, Norway's also gone B. How's this timing? How does it look? It looks really good for Tension, and now we can plant.
There's no world in which he wins this round, right, gang? I mean, a bomb plant is already some sort of success for him. I know. I'm really nervous for Astrum right now. They don't... Yeah, no kit. They have a smoke and an HE, and they're going to be coming from opposite angles here to work this B bomb site. That means there isn't much potential for a trade. Clax holds the tight angle. Tension has the information on one. Kenzie's going to get a move on these steps. May eventually be heard as Tension repositions into cave. He could try play the long game, drop smoke to give himself a bit of room to work with. Clax will spam. Kenzie creeps forward into the crosshair of Tension, but Kenzie comes out on top.
Really good spam from Clax, because it just completely channels Tension into that little cave entranceway, and he can't extend out. So Kenzie's always got the advanced angle. So to be honest, a brilliantly played 2v1 there. A nice try from Tension, but as soon as he drops that smoke, he just seals his own fate. And it's because he cuts himself off into 20% of the map. If he's able to navigate his way in towards long, there's a real argument that he could do it, because he would have missed the Kenzie timing. Clax would have been just thinking he's gone in towards cave, probably Kenzie too. But crossing right in the open there is so difficult to do in the moment. So very much like FAVBET did to Astrum. Astrum deal back the damage to FAVBET, where they don't win the pistol, but they win the force.
Okay, well, the inverse of what had happened in the first half, and exactly what they needed if there's going to be any semblance of chance of them staying in this. Even just a sliver of hope is something that they take at this point. If there's delusion, there's hope, Brandon. And they have to be maximum Delulu right now.
Maximum Delulu.
Do you like that one?
No.
Not particularly.
That's so, like, brain rot, I swear. I think FAVBET can get a plant here.
Could get more.
They
have
need
smoke
bonding
in the molly
to come
still
over.
To work with.
Yeah, they got to smoke off donut.
Okay, there we go. That's good enough for the job done. Bomb plant not even going to get locked in either. Clax decides against pushing through the molly. Tension's going to try and use that little bit of window of space, but Clax certainly will not respect it, and it's going to cost him his life, but it's fine because they've gotten the kill, and Astrum will live to fight for another round.
Why did Bondic not smoke donut? I'm so confused about why he didn't do that. I guess to Molly to do that play to get the bomb down, but if he smokes it, then probably sure. Like 2 players could have lived there. Get the bomb down, maybe. I don't know. I'm nitpicking. 11-4, maybe I shouldn't be.
Well, now they're just going to barrel themselves into the A-bomb site on the eco. They have been able to overrun Clax, but there's an immediate response from CT and Donuts. So I don't think there's any risk of even dropping a bomb plant here for Astrum. In fact, Smash and Yeki should just get counted out the round. Venus from Patsy.
Oh my God.
Kenzie, lads, you're not beating the allegations right now, I'm afraid.
Respect. What are the allegations?
That they're just not very good currently.
Oh. Oh.
Oh, alright, yeah. Bit defeated. It is a pity. For anybody who doesn't know, we were supposed to have another game after this. Unfortunately, there was a clash in schedule for X-Saber. It's a pity. It means we're not going to get that last game of the day between X-Saber and Nexus. I would have loved that matchup, Brandon.
Yeah, it would have been a good one. But we don't have that. Instead, we potentially got FAVBET closing this in 1. Although they don't check their corners.
Not even
And
a glance.
they don't even throw any utility. They just walk into. This is a weird, silly round.
This is playing like a FAVBET who are up 10-2 and then won the map 13-11.
You're so real for that.
Still a good setup on the speed bomb side for Astrum. Shouldn't be at any risk of losing the round. Tension's going to throw some support
Good flash.
utility to enable his teammates coming through
Kenzie's
from
low.
A.
You know Kenzie was in that corner. The issue is you throw a deep CT smoke.
Yeah, exactly. I was thinking the same thing.
Maybe Tension can get Kenzie. Oh, there we go. Or Smash can spam him through cave. But Patsy can just walk in here. This is the benefit of, you know, not doing the deep CT smoke. And you want to go back towards B. It's interesting because Klax has got a weird timing here where Smash can get around the corner and Klax won't see him. And Grix is holding not for this line. Patsy on the shadow angle. That's a really easy spot to pre-fire. I don't think they're out of the woods yet, Astrum.
Oh,
never
was
mind.
spotted, but Smash doesn't actually pay full attention. The transfer doesn't connect on the second. Smash is going to fully commit to the bomb plant. He's got massive balls. Excuse me, it's Bondic, not Smash. I respect the commitment, but it's not going to work out for him. And Astrum, now they're clawing their way back. They've reduced the gap to 5 rounds.
Well, I'm upset. Because that's, like, I don't know, that whole round just felt lazy. That whole round felt really lazy out of FAVBET. They only then started to lock in towards the mid portion of the round where they'd already lost players after they thought they'd just walk up ramp for no reason. And then you're just lazy clearing everything. It's a shame, but it is what it is. If you want to allow your opponents to get back into this map, this is exactly how you need to play.
On the front foot, like you say, not going into a shell, not being conservative, still just backing themselves here. FAVBET still going to rely on the strength in numbers approach here. Of course, max round loss bonus means that they can afford to get some upgraded pistols, some armor behind them, and some utility as well. It's going to be a very deep smoke there from Kenzie. It may even be too deep.
Oh,
yeah, it is.
That is horror.
That's going to motivate FAVBET here to try and go through this, you know. There's so much support for Kenzie. I don't think FAVBET should even be able to get out of this little choke point.
No, absolutely not. I mean, Tension's got a flash, but now Kenzie's seen them, so now all eyes are just going to be traded on this position. Norway's on a really lovely angle. This flashbang is just dodged immediately, and Norway can just take the kills. And Patsy's even here as well. Like, yeah, there's no way. Great round. 4-round game from 11-2.
Yeah, and 11-2 playing against a 4-spy, might I add.
True.
That was their chance to basically just seal the deal straight up. And now the door has somewhat been pried open by Astrum. They've gotten maybe a little bit of a foot in the door, trying to force a hand through and then just swing it wide open.
Big fight out middle. We haven't really seen any mid fights whatsoever. Brilliant incendiary, but the flashbang is exceptional. And Yeki has just deleted these players in towards middle. 5v2.
He must have thrown that flash and just swung through the smoke, right?
The flash came up from heaven.
Okay, alright, well, Yeki fully capitalizes, and he's not done with just those 2 kills either. Norway is on the side of the map as to where the action's going down. Rex will creep into the crosshair, but Norway struggles to keep track of him on the move. FAVBET have done it. They've got themselves up to map and series point, despite the fact this is the first map we're playing.
Well played from Bondix. It's Bondix's flash that really just sets Yeki in motion there. 12-7. You've got the AWP out for Grix. The first time we see a fight for middle in all of Ancient, which is a crazy sentence to say. and FAVBET come out on top.
Yeah, you're right, because we didn't really have that in the first half at all either. I mean, there was maybe one round where Astrum ecoed and they ran through the middle. But there wasn't a huge amount of emphasis on mid in the first half either. Here we go. 12-7, 5 opportunities for FAVBET to get the job done here and wrap up the day for Series 3 in EU. Of course, there's still South America action going down. Keep the entertainment rolling, just in a different region.
Oh, this is a really good call right now. Because Marius now knows that 2 players have committed down the B ramp. You go into A now. The biggest issue... Oh, never mind. You know that Patsy is in Donut. I was going to say the biggest issue potentially was Patsy. There's no rotate. He is completely alone. Klaxit is slow to react. That flashbang was a team flashbang. Has completely blinded Patsy. And Yeki's just stopped looking at him. Oh, dear.
All right, well, Patsy Punisher's looking to just try and fight tooth and nail to keep Astrum in the conversation right now. He still remains rooted in Donuts as well. Bondik's making so much noise. There's rotations to help Patsy out. Drix has been able to find a kill in the meantime. Kenzie, one of those rotators, will make sure his teammate gets traded. And tension left in what should be an impossible 1v3, and Klax will seal the deal.
Fair play. Really good reaction out of Kenzie, but at the same time, FAVBET just completely ignore him. Not Kenzie, Patsy. They just completely ignore him in Donut. A little bit bizarre. They even heard him deploy that smoke. But because it bounced off the right-hand wall, maybe they thought he was playing a little bit deeper. Finally, they call a pause. No AWP for tension. It is notable. They are experiencing exactly what Grix and Astrum went through in that first half. Beat for beat.
Yeah, true. I mean, a bit less punishing T-side Ancients. I'd say it's quite difficult to find impact with the AWP, at least in the early round. What options do you really have? I guess getting boosted up on the box, holding a line B, maybe passively playing A main. But in the post plants is where the AWP can just become instrumental and make it insurmountably more difficult for the CTs to break back into the bomb site.
Into one of those Yeki mid-rounds. Or if they go to a bomb site, they just got to do it together, because we're just getting pieces moving in a really weird direction for FAVBET. And it's like, oh, okay, you need a free kill? Well, let me just walk up the ramp and give it to you. It's so bizarre. Because they were so team-centric. They were so team-focused in the first half. And they were even being really nerdy on the pistol. It's just so weird that the structure's now deviated.
Yeah, I mean, it could just be a symptom of just getting so close to the finish line. You let the discipline drop a little bit. You think, we're right there. The moments of individual brilliance should be enough to seal the deal. Bondik's trying to sell the fake into the bomb site, but they're not hearing any steps right now. They're not hearing any steps followed up through A main. So Astrum have thought, well, maybe it's just a fake, and they're absolutely bang on the money. So they still have 3 players on this B bomb site. Grix hits a good first shot. It's followed up by Smash, though, to level it back into an even numbers game, and he'll double down.
And now Grix has got to push forward to do something. He's ahead of the short molly, and tension's now removed. He's stuck in this corridor and needs to fight his way out. A tick in the Molotov around the corner, but Smash is killing everyone on this B bomb site. And here's Bondik. We spoke about players with mollies holding. He's still got this molly that he can deploy, and he's thrown it all the way over. Just kidding, he's missed, but it's fine because Marius has found Klax. Patsy can grab one, but I'm pretty sure this is going to be it, especially with his HP bar. Time's now dwindling. The kills are uncertain, and FAVBET will win 2-0 after only playing 1 map.
And in dominant fashion as well. I mean, I know that maybe the scoreline suggests that there was a little bit of a contest about in the series, but it was 11-2 at one point, and in the end, FAVBET do make it theirs. So it kind of sucks because I feel like we've been completely deprived within the day with what should have been a banger between Astrum and FAVBET, and then a Nexus X-Saber matchup. And ultimately, between those 2 series, we've gotten, what, 21 rounds of Counter-Strike?
You know the worst bit about that as well, something we didn't even mention, right? Astrum just get eliminated from CCT off the back of that.
True, that was a 1-2 matchup, right?
That was a 1-2
does
matchup.
suck.
You have to forfeit map 1. You lose in 11-2. You come back a bit, but ultimately you lose their map pick, and suddenly, oh, we're out the tournament. Brilliant. At least they made it through in Galaxy Battle, but I mean, in the same breath, like it's got to be so infuriating for them.
Because I think you look at the names on paper, and Astrum would have been one of the teams most people would have expected to qualify for the
real?
playoffs from here, right? I think they're one of the highest ranked teams in the Swiss stage. So to go out 1-3 in that fashion, you know what I will say with the display we got out of them on Ancients, kind of feels deserved that they get eliminated, but it is still brutal that they don't get that extra map that they deserved.
Yeah, no, for sure. But it's one of those things, and there's plenty of CCTs. I got 20 European series, and we're only on number 3. So plenty of Counter-Strike for everyone. For Europe, though, that is all the Counter-Strike for today. As Hayes mentioned a little bit earlier, we've still got South America going on. They'll be on the channels. We'll probably host the South America channel now. Go check out Zola and CMD. Say hello from us. Tell them that we sent you and that we're done. And they'll be enjoying that one. So thank you very much for watching, guys. Take care. And when we sort of throw it back tomorrow, we've got more CCT Europe Series 3 for you. Ecolot, Monte, Partisan, Amkel, Cyberstroke, Zero Tenacity to whet your appetite. So have a good evening, and we'll see you tomorrow.